Chapter 2293. His cultivation had reached the level of a 7-star king, and his combat strength was at the level of an almighty. Therefore, he did not have to worry too much about doing things. He did not mind getting rid of anyone who dared to provoke him and wanted to kill him, because he would not allow danger to sprout. Although this person looked like he was from a big family, he would not be lenient since he dared to release his killing intent. So what if he was from a big family? He even dared to kill a genius of the war tribe, let alone an ordinary family. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian attacked again. Boom! The terrifying hellfire on his body turned into a black qilin, surrounded by a terrifying aura. It jumped up and charged toward young Master White Cloud. "Kid, you're courting death." Young Master White Cloud was furious, and his face was extremely cold. He did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and kill him. This was intolerable. Therefore, in the next moment, he let out a roar, and light erupted from his body. His body became incomparably illusory, like a white cloud that would dissipate at any time. At the same time, wisps of white mist appeared around him, as if the entire hall had sunk into the clouds. Not good, retreat. When the surrounding kings saw this, they were terrified and frantically retreated. Boom! The black hellfire qilin charged forward, burning everything. However, young Master White Cloud's body had already disappeared. A ferocious voice sounded in the surroundings. "Kid, you want to kill me? You're still far from it. I'll let you know my true strength. Now that you're in my White Cloud realm, accept your death obediently." As the voice sounded, the surrounding white clouds suddenly rolled and pressed toward the hellfire qilin. Boom! The hellfire qilin turned into countless hellfire and scattered on the ground. More white clouds charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, countless white clouds condensed behind Lin Xian, and young Master White Cloud's figure appeared eerily. Buzz! A green long sword appeared in his hand, and as he waved it, there was a metallic sound. Accompanying it was an intense energy that could shake the heavens. It instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. The dragon sword realm also appeared from his body and turned into the azure dragon divine shield. Clang! The terrifying long sword collided with the azure dragon divine shield, causing sparks to fly and a deafening sound to ring out. The surrounding void was torn apart. At the same time, countless runes lit up in the heavenly treasure pavilion, causing the entire pavilion to shake. The lady boss's face darkened. Young Master Baiyin also knew that he couldn't do anything here. He sneered and said, "Kid, come with me." As he spoke, the white cloud domain enveloped Lin Xian and himself, and they flew outside. The two of them finally arrived in the sky above the city. White clouds rolled above them, and two silhouettes flickered within them. Terrifying energy and vibrations could be heard from time to time. The kings of the Sky Treasure Pavilion also followed him out. They looked at the sky and discussed animatedly. The monk from the western desert and the black-robed man from the southern frontier also looked up at the sky with sparkling eyes. The two of them did not make a move. In the sky, the battle was extremely intense. The strength of the two young geniuses was extremely frightening, especially young Master Baiyin, who let out a furious roar as his body emitted an incomparable radiance. The surrounding white cloudling was erratic, causing his figure to appear and disappear mysteriously. He believed that with his strength and his white jade domain, it would be very easy for him to kill the other party. Buzz! As expected, with the unpredictable speed of the white cloud domain, young Master Baiyin appeared beside Lin Xian in an instant. His right hand was hazy and illusory, and white runes shone on it. Firmament palm. This palm was extremely shocking. It was clearly just a palm, but what it emitted was endless clouds that covered the entire sky. Oh no! This firmament palm was also young Master Baiyin's ultimate skill. Now that he had used his full strength, the kid would definitely not be able to resist. Yes, young Master Bai Yin was extremely frightening. Coupled with his king domain, even the almighties of the older generation would not be his match. Below, those who were looking at the battle discussed animatedly. The eyes of the experts from the western desert and southern frontier flickered. In the clouds, Lin Xian snorted. Buzz! He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword, and the biting cold sword light lit up the entire sky. Thousands of swords rang in unison, and countless sword chi pierced through the white cloud domain. Buzz! 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 The sky was filled with light, and a terrifying killing intent pierced through the void. Sensing this scene, all the princes below began to tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his ancient sword, and thousands of sword chi accompanied the ancient sword as it slashed down. Boom! Countless sword chi instantly split open the white cloud domain, and quickly enveloped young Master Bai Yin. What? This is impossible. Young Master Bai Yin was in disbelief. His opponent actually split open his domain with a single sword strike? He broke through his firmament palm? Impossible. Even the almighties of the older generation could not do it easily, so how could his opponent do it? Young Master Bai Yin was in disbelief. However, the sword light in the sky emitted an aura that made his body tremble. Even his muscles were torn and countless wounds appeared. Damn it! Young Master Bai Yin's face changed, and he did not dare to resist. He turned into countless white clouds and merged into the void, trying to escape the attack of the sword chi. However, he could not escape. At this moment, the sky was filled with sword chi, and countless sword lights were extremely sharp. These sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul, and it could pierce through the void and destroy the void. Therefore, even though young Master White Cloud's body movement technique was strange and unpredictable, he was still able to come and go like a ghost. But he was still injured. 73 sword wounds appeared on his body in an instant, and blood instantly dyed his body red. What? Young Master Bai Yin was injured. Down below, the kings were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was young Master Bai Yin. It was incomparably terrifying. Furthermore, the other party's white cloud domain, coupled with that strange movement technique, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. But what was the situation now? Young Master White Cloud had already merged into the void, but he was still injured by someone. Moreover, it was a serious injury. They couldn't believe it. Young Master White Cloud was also screaming crazily, with a hideous expression on his face. Damn brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you, he roared crazily. However, in the next moment he was sent flying. A sword chi as heavy as a mountain sent him flying. Young Master White Cloud flew out for 3,000 meters, smashing through countless voids and creating countless cracks. Only then did he stop. His injuries had become even more serious. Blood dripped down, piercing through the void, dyeing the great earth red. At this moment, not only the Sky Treasure Pavilion, but the entire Qianshan city was alarmed. Countless pairs of eyes looked up and looked forward. Then they were almost stunned. Heavens, who is that? Someone is actually fighting. Isn't that young Master White Cloud? What? Young Master White Cloud? You mean young Master White Cloud from the White Cloud Mansion is here? However, how did he get injured by someone? Chapter 2294. In the sky, young Master Bai Yin's scalp went numb. He did not dare to say anything else and turned around to escape. The other party was a lunatic. Moreover, he was very powerful and was not afraid of any threat. If he stayed any longer, he would probably be killed by the other party. Therefore, he escaped. Young Master Bai Yin took out elixirs from his storage ring and swallowed them to heal his injuries as he ran away like a madman. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. He stood in the sky and clenched his fists. Golden Tao patterns appeared in his eyes. Buzz! A green dragon bow appeared in his hand. Buzz! An arrow flew out and drew a bright light in the sky. Then it hit young Master Bayun hard. Boom! There was an explosion of energy. Young Master Bayun spat out blood. His white shirt was torn, revealing the armor underneath. Damn it! Young Master Bayun's face was extremely ugly. He had already escaped, but the other party was still not letting him go? Damn it! He swore that he would kill the other party when he escaped. In the next moment, he changed his direction and ran toward the city governor's mansion. He wanted to call for help. He was the young master of General Bayun's uniform. Therefore, he naturally knew the people in the general's mansion. As long as he went there, the city governor's mansion would definitely save him. Buzz! However, before he could run a few steps, another shocking arrow came flying from behind and hit his body again in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and cracks instantly appeared on his armor. Damn it! Save me! I am young Master Bayun. If you kill me, you will become an enemy of the White Cloud Mansion. You will go against the Nine Li dynasty. You are dead meat. Young Master Bayun roared crazily. At the same time, he wanted to alert the people in the city governor's mansion. At that moment, all the martial artists in Qianshan City looked at the sky. Someone was chasing after young Master Bayun. Was this real? Why did it feel like a dream? However, young Master Bayun's roar was effective. Below, a few figures rushed out from the city governor's mansion. I am young Master Bayun. Save me! These people immediately came in front of young Master Bayun and protected him. One of the middle-aged men shouted coldly, "Who dares to attack young Master Bayun? Do you want to die?" Boom! Just as he finished speaking, an arrow hit him in an instant. Then his entire body was smashed apart, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this person? He was too terrifying. He even dared to kill someone from the city, Lord's mansion? Moreover, there was no hesitation at all. Everyone was extremely shocked. The few martial artists from the city, Lord's mansion, felt their scalps go numb. Let's go, let's go. He was a madman. Young Master White Cloud was also frantically urging him. He could tell that the other party did not care about their identities at all. Such a person was the most terrifying. Therefore, the group of people flew down. However, they had only flown halfway when a ray of light blocked their path. The light exploded, turning into countless black holes, blocking their path. Wong! Buzz! 7 arrows quickly flew over from the sky. Lin Xian's godly strength was unparalleled. He continuously drew his bow, and every arrow contained the aura of the great dragon's sword spirit. It was extremely sharp. Therefore, those martial artists could not contend at all. Boom! Boom! One king after another exploded, leaving behind only young Master White Cloud, who was bitterly holding on. Not only that, he also took out 3 white shields and a golden pagoda to protect her. However, it was useless. Amidst the energy that filled the sky, they exploded. Save me! Young Master White Cloud went crazy. He burned his spiritual energy at all costs and flew down frantically. Swoosh! 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 More than 10 figures rushed out from below. These figures had extremely powerful auras, and there were even top-notch almighties among them. That's great! Seeing this, young Master White Cloud heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that he was saved. These people would definitely be able to save him. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted as he realized that a sharp arrow had suddenly appeared behind him. Boom! A terrifying ray of light exploded and enveloped him. Ah, no! With a scream, the King Almighties who rushed up roared crazily. Damn it! Attack! They unleashed terrifying attacks, tearing apart the energy storm that filled the sky. Then they were all stunned. Young Master White Cloud was nailed in the sky by an arrow. Avenge me! Young Master White Cloud said a few words with difficulty. His neck tilted, and he stopped breathing. This arrow had directly destroyed all of his vitality. Damn it! Who was it? Who was it? These people roared crazily, and their gazes were like divine lamps that pierced through the void. Soon, they saw a figure standing in the distance, and the longbow in his hand had not disappeared. It's him! Kill him! The top-notch Almighty waved his hand, and more than 10 figures rushed over quickly. They were rushing toward Lin Xian. Everyone's eyes followed him closely. Lin Xian looked at this scene, snorted coldly, and attacked again. More than 10 arrows flew out. Boom! 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 Dozens of King Almighties exploded instantly, and none of them could escape. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the top-notch Almighty was scared stiff. He realized that the other party was definitely a terrifying Demon King. He did not dare to fight head-on and was about to return to the city Lord Mansion to call for help. However, he was also pierced through by an arrow. How is this possible? I'm a top-notch Almighty. The top-notch Almighty widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a top-notch Almighty, and his strength was asking for a beating. How could the other party kill him with 1 arrow? Could it be that the other party was a peerless Almighty? He did not dare to imagine. However, in the next moment he died. The entire Qianshan city was extremely huge, and there were countless martial artists. However, at this moment, no one made a sound. That was because the previous scene had stunned them. Dozens of King Almighties, top-notch Almighties, and the extremely influential young master Bai Yun were all killed. None of them could escape. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. Who is he? For a moment, countless people looked into the distance. However, in the next moment, their eyes blurred because the fiend-like figure standing in the sky disappeared. Whoosh! At the entrance of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, everyone was shocked and their eyelids twitched. That was because Lin Xian had fallen to the ground. Everyone automatically spread out to make way for him, and some of them even trembled. The Western Desert Monk and the black-robed man from Southern Border were also silent. The muscles on their faces stiffened because what the other party had done was beyond their expectations. They could not believe it. Is he really just a young man? Only a peerless Almighty can do that. The two of them were also shocked as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. Lin Xian ignored these people and strode into the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Then he said again, "Lady Boss, send the dishes to my Eastwater courtyard." Chapter 2295. Lin Xian ignored them and walked into the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Then he said, "Lady Boss, send the dishes to my Eastwater courtyard." "All right, young master." The Lady Boss smiled. Her mood was not affected by what had just happened. Lin Xian had left, but the entire Qianshan city was in an uproar, especially the people from the Sky Treasure Pavilion. They fled frantically and spread the news. That was because they were the main witnesses. In an instant, the entire Qianshan city knew that a peerless demon was living in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. He was so terrifying that he even dared to kill young Master Bai Yun and the people from the city governor's mansion. No one dared to provoke him. However, while ordinary kings did not dare to provoke them, the city lord's mansion was incomparably furious. Young Master Bai Yun was killed in their territory. They could not believe it. One had to know that he was the young master of the White Cloud Mansion, the son of General Bai Yun. General Bai Yun was at the peak of his power in the Nine Li dynasty. Whoever killed his son would be committing a heinous crime. No one would be able to escape. Oh no, something big has happened. Hurry up and capture that person. I want to send him to the White Cloud Mansion, personally. The city governor of Qianshan City gave the order. Buzz. Soon, 5 top Almighties from the city governor's mansion moved out. At the same time, there were 10 elite Almighties. 15 powerful figures instantly disappeared into the sky like shooting stars. Sky Treasure Pavilion, Eastwater Courtyard. Not long after Lin Xian returned, Murong Qingqing also woke up. Soon, a maid served exquisite dishes and spiritual wine. The two of them chatted as they ate. The atmosphere was very warm. However, halfway through the meal, an enormous pressure suddenly enveloped the entire heavenly treasure pavilion. More than 10 figures descended upon the heavenly treasure pavilion like demons and gods, causing the space below to distort due to the pressure. What happened? In an instant, all the martial artists in the Sky Treasure Pavilion trembled. Countless people in Qianshan City looked over. "Damn brat, come out! How dare you kill young Master Bai Yin? Today is the day you die." A cold voice was heard, causing everyone's scalp to tingle. "What? The experts from the city governor's mansion are here. They came so quickly. That brat is definitely dead. That's right, he dared to kill young Master Bai Yin for the sake of satisfaction. But his end would be miserable. There was no place for him in the entire Nine Li dynasty. He was too young, showing off his bravado, and did not know how to make long-term calculations." Many older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. There were also people who sneered, thinking that the other party was too arrogant. A rogue cultivator dared to challenge the White Cloud Mansion. What a reckless man! In the Eastern Water Courtyard, Murong Qingqing was puzzled. What had happened? Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. "It's fine. A few people who didn't know what was good for them came looking for trouble with me. So I chopped them into pieces. Are they from the Tai Yi dynasty?" Murong Qingqing was a little nervous. If the army of the Tai Yi dynasty came, Lin Xian would be in danger. Lin Xian smiled. "No, it's just the city lord's mansion." As he spoke, he rubbed Murong Qingqing's hair and smiled. "You eat first. I'll go out and get rid of these flies." Whoosh! In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. 15 figures, each of them extremely powerful, stood in the void, causing everyone to hold their breaths and tremble. The lady boss of Sky Treasure Pavilion's face also darkened. Just as she was about to do something, suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void and appeared in the sky. "What? It's that kid. He still dares to come out? If I were him, I would definitely run away immediately. What an idiotic kid. Let's see how he's going to die this time." Not necessarily. That guy is a top genius and is extremely powerful. Who knows, he might create a miracle. What kind of miracle can he create? Those are 5 top mighty figures and 10 elite mighty figures. Unless he's a peerless mighty figure, there's no way he can survive. Do you think a young man in his 20s can be a peerless mighty figure? Who do you think he is? A prince of the dynasty or a saint of a sacred ground? The monk from the western desert and the black-robed man from southern border also appeared. The two of them looked up at the void with deep eyes. They wondered if the kid could fight them. The two of them whispered to themselves. In the sky, 15 godlike figures instantly locked onto Lin Xian. "You're the culprit?" The green-robed old man in the lead asked coldly. Lin Xian looked at the dozen, or so people, and sneered in disdain. "Are you here to die? You're courting death." The green-robed old man roared, and his eyes instantly turned into 2 green moons, emitting a terrifying light. Buzz! 2 green eyes flew out and slashed towards Lin Xian. Buzz! In the sky, a green crescent moon appeared. Like a treasure wheel, it came crashing down. The void was sliced into 2 in an instant. How terrifying! That was the Green Moon Monarch of the city, Lord Mansion. He was a top mighty figure. That was the Green Moon Divine Eye. Legend had it that it could destroy everything. Below in Shenzhen City, all the martial artists were discussing. Countless cracks appeared in the space around Lin Xian in an instant. The terrifying energy was able to crush everything. Lin Xian frowned and snorted. The dragon's sword's spiritual domain turned into a green dragon and waved its tail in the sky. Then the sky shone like thousands of sword chi, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Boom! Dragon! That was a dragon! Countless people exclaimed. However, the pupils of the older generation experts also shrank. No, that wasn't a dragon. That was his domain. Heavens, he actually used a dragon as his spiritual domain. Where did this kid come from? As soon as the dragon sword's spiritual domain appeared, it looked like it was looking down on the world. He turned into a terrifying giant sword and scattered from the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the green moon was cut in half. Looking at this scene, the 15 experts in the sky changed their expressions. What kind of combat power was that? Could it be that this kid was more powerful than a top mighty figure? Who exactly was he? They couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void like a dragon god. There was a giant dragon coiled around his body. Whoosh! With a flash, Lin Xian stepped on the dragon shadow and rushed over. Buzz! His palm reached out and grabbed downwards. Like a ferocious dragon head, it swallowed the old man in green. Damn it! Get lost! The old man in green roared, and the green light in his eyes burst out, turning into rays of divine light that slashed over. Countless rays of red light bombarded the green dragon hand, but it couldn't be damaged at all. This green dragon hand contained countless sword chi, and it was very hard and sharp. In an instant, it grabbed the old man in green. Boom! Lin Xian waved his arm, grabbed the old man in green, and blasted him into the void. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A black hole appeared in the void, and countless cracks spread out like a black river. The old man in green seemed to have been struck by lightning, and more than half of his bones were broken. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. Damn kid! How dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you. The old man in green was caught and roared crazily. Chapter 2296. The 14 powerhouses quickly charged over. In an instant, they appeared in all directions around Lin Xian. Kill! With a furious roar, a terrifying divine ability bloomed in the sky. In an instant, the place where Lin Xian was completely submerged. Was it over? Below, all the martial artists looked at the sky in shock. Under such a powerful attack, even a pinnacle powerhouse couldn't survive, let alone a young kid. Boom! However, just as they finished speaking, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Immediately after, a sword light that was 10,000 meters long descended from the sky and slashed all the energy storms apart. Then Lin Xian walked out. What? He came out. How was that possible? He was actually unharmed. These people were stunned. The 14 top powerhouses were actually unable to cause any harm to him. Who was he? Everyone couldn't believe it. What made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian was holding a head in his hand. Heavens! Was that the head of the Green Moon Monarch? A pinnacle powerhouse was actually killed mercilessly in the hands of the other party, without any ability to fight back at all. The other party's strength definitely surpassed that of a pinnacle powerhouse. In the surroundings, the 14 top powerhouses were also extremely shocked. Damn it, that's impossible. Chain attack. Kill him. Don't hold back. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a sky full of divine abilities appeared again and enveloped Lin Xian. The sky was instantly blasted apart. Nothing could be left behind. In the sky, a huge light wave spread out in all directions. The martial artists in the city were directly pressed to the ground by the energy. Buzz! Lin Xian pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and swung it, using the Chaotic Sky Destroyer sword. Boom! 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 Terrifying sword chi swept out and repelled the 14 powerhouses. Then he used Sky Destroyer, Battle Song, and Demonic Madness. It enveloped the front. Poof! The bodies of the 3 elite almighties exploded. 6 elite powerhouses were severely injured. The rest were terrified and frantically retreated. Demon! He was a demon. Everyone was shocked. The other party was too powerful, so powerful that it made them despair. However, this only confirmed their suspicions. They must kill this kid. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 pinnacle almighties roared angrily. They quickly swallowed the purple pills, and the energy in their bodies suddenly erupted. The remaining elite and powerful beings joined hands to form a formation. Like the Milky Way, they rushed over. Raging waves. One of the pinnacle mighty beings had long hair fluttering in the wind as he raised the saber in his hands and slashed out. That shocking saber light was like a wave, erupting with an incomparable roar, swallowing mountains and rivers. Another top-tier being appeared behind Lin Xian. He waved his hand, and a terrifying heaven-devouring rat appeared, seeming to be able to devour the entire sky. Gold Peak. To the left of Lin Xian, a pinnacle mighty figure appeared. He held a golden pagoda in his hand and quickly activated it. In an instant, 7 golden mountains appeared in the sky and came crashing down. Each of them was like an ancient demonic mountain, incomparably heavy. To the right of Lin Xian, an old man in a golden robe appeared. Golden flames burned all over his body, and the terrifying temperature caused the entire space to distort. Golden ripple. The old man waved his hand, and golden light danced, turning into a golden lotus that charged towards Lin Xian. The 4 pinnacle experts instantly appeared around Lin Xian. They used their most powerful killing moves. The surrounding elite almighties quickly formed a formation, forming a terrifying formation. In the sky, a river of stars flickered, bringing with it dreamy runes. It pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Xian. This was their strongest attack. If they worked together, they could kill each other. Unfortunately, they had found the wrong opponent. The 3 killer moves of heaven crushing appeared and attacked the pinnacle mighty beings behind and to the left and right. At the same time, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The pinnacle mighty being in front of him stiffened, and his eyes went blank. Boom, boom, boom. 4 pinnacle mighty beings were killed in an instant. Buzz. The dragon sword domain turned into a divine dragon again, roaring ferociously. The dragon swung its tail and tore apart the river of stars above its head. Those elite mighty beings vomited blood and were sent flying. On Lin Xian's fingertip, the Hell Ice Lotus rapidly expanded. A terrifying energy enveloped everyone. Boom, 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 boom. Violent vibrations sounded, and energy surged all over the sky. When everything disappeared, there was nothing left. Only Lin Xian stood in place like a god fiend. They were all killed. Everyone was stunned. 15 peerless experts couldn't do anything to him. They didn't dare to imagine. For a moment, the entire Thousand Mountain City was silent. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he returned to the Eastwater courtyard again. Next, Thousand Mountain City fell into a great shock again. Countless people discussed crazily and made guesses. All kinds of rumors were spreading. At the same time, those powerful families were investigating the other party's identity. The city lord's mansion fell into a solemn atmosphere. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the person they were going to deal with to be so terrifying. From the looks of it, he should be a peerless mighty being. Therefore, they didn't plan to interfere. They quickly sent the news to the White Cloud Mansion and let them capture him themselves. After all, a peerless mighty being was a true powerhouse who could suppress a region. Unless they sent a true peerless mighty being, it would be useless no matter how many ordinary mighty beings they sent. Therefore, the city lord's mansion didn't make any more moves. After the warriors of Thousand Mountain City discovered this change, they were even more shocked. What's going on? Has the city lord's mansion regressed? Could it be that this young man was so terrifying? They couldn't believe it. As time passed, they finally stopped talking about Lin Xian. Instead, they talked about another matter, a woman, Yen Ruyu, because tomorrow was the day when Yen Ruyu would arrive, and it was also young Master Qian San's birthday. At that time, powerhouses would gather, and geniuses would be as dazzling as the stars. It would definitely be a grand banquet. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the Moonflower Palace became lively. War chariots stopped at the door, and the ones pulling the chariots were all terrifying monster kings. However, at this moment, they were sitting there very docilely. Figures walked out of the war chariots, one after another. Some are mighty and extraordinary, some are graceful, some are young and energetic, and some are old and vigorous. In short, there were all kinds of people. However, without exception, they were all powerhouses and had incomparably noble statuses. In the sky, countless divine red streaks streaked across and then stopped. Spirit boats appeared one after another, and tens of thousands of rays of light shone down. Countless figures descended. On the other hand, immortal cranes danced. The huge immortal cranes were 1,000 meters long. When they spread their wings, they brought up clouds and mist that filled the sky as if they were riding the wind and breaking the waves. On the other side, the sky roared like dark clouds rolling over. It was an incomparably black flood dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The scales all over its body flickered with a black light. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the world. Chapter 2297. 5-colored auspicious clouds, golden divine boats, all kinds of birds and beasts, powerful chariots, and spirit boats gathered at the Moonflower Palace. Countless figures walked in. This was a grand occasion. Sky Treasure Pavilion, East Water Garden. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing held hands and left the courtyard. They walked towards the Moonflower Palace. Today, they were going to participate as well. At this moment, the Moonflower Castle was a boiling cauldron of voices. Heads were moving about, forming a dark mass. Fortunately, the Moonflower Palace was big enough to accommodate tens of millions of people without feeling crowded. At the entrance, the warriors of the city, Lord's Mansion, were wearing armor and maintaining order. The cultivators discussed animatedly. They were extremely excited. However, at this moment, a commotion came from behind. A young man walked over in large strides. He was bare-chested and extremely vigorous. His muscles were like dragons, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He carried a sense of arrogance. Su Hao! I didn't expect him to come too. What? He's Su Hao, the skyscraper? He's very famous among the younger generation. Who else could it be? Everyone was talking about it. The black-haired young man looked disdainfully and ignored everyone. He walked in with large strides. Whoosh! After Su Hao, there were exclamations of surprise. A few young men in white carried long swords on their backs. They flew in the air and looked very confident. People from the 6th Prince's mansion. They actually came too. I wonder if the young prince has arrived? Everyone exclaimed in surprise and made way for him. These young men in white had smiles on their faces. They were very confident as they flew into the main hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The ground trembled slightly as if thousands of horses were galloping. It made people's scalps tingle. Then they turned their heads and looked behind them. 3 silhouettes walked over. They were tall and sturdy, and their faces were cold and stern. There was no expression on their faces. With every step they took, the ground trembled. One could imagine how terrifying these 3 people were. They were the 3 young masters of the Tang family. They could be said to be peerless prodigies. How many prodigies had come this time? Everyone exclaimed and felt dizzy. But soon, many people trembled and retreated frantically. This caused a vacuum to appear in the originally crowded place. Humph! When the 3 young masters of the Tang family saw this, they smiled with satisfaction. But soon they were stunned, because they realized that these people were not in awe of them. Could it be that someone else was coming? In the next moment, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks and turned around to look. 2 silhouettes appeared behind him. It was a very handsome young man in a red robe. Beside him was a woman in purple. She was wearing a veil, so her true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, just by her disposition, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. The 2 of them walked side by side, hand in hand, like a pair of celestial children. They did not emit any terrifying aura, but the surrounding kings trembled as they looked at each other, their faces pale. Seeing this scene, the three young masters of the Tongue clan frowned. Where did these two people come from? Why were they so frightening? They did not know what had happened 2 days ago, nor did they know that Lin Xian had killed 15 peerless experts. He even killed young Master White Cloud in a domineering manner. If they had known, they wouldn't have taken action. He had never seen this unfamiliar-looking kid before. He should be someone who had just started roaming the Jianghu. Which clan is he from? The eldest young master of the Tongue clan narrowed his eyes, but the second young master of the Tongue clan smiled evilly. Who cares which clan he's from? But the woman beside him is really a beauty. I haven't seen such a beautiful woman in a long time. I must get her. Second brother, don't act rashly. Judging from the expressions of the surrounding people, he's definitely not simple. So what? The second young master of the Tongue clan laughed. Could it be that he's more powerful than the three of us? Don't worry, big brother. Yes, big brother. The third young master of the Tongue clan also laughed. At most, we'll investigate his identity first, then think of a way to make a move. If we can't get this beauty, second brother probably won't be able to sleep tonight. The three of them discussed there. The second young master's eyes were shining as he stared at Morong Chingcheng. The surrounding people were also looking at Morong Chingcheng because she was just too beautiful. They even suspected that the other party was the legendary beauty, Yan Ruyu. However, they knew that she should not be Yan Ruyu. This was because Yan Ruyu would not walk together with Lin Xian. Beautiful, she's too beautiful. The second young master of the Tongue clan clapped his hands and laughed. He walked forward and blocked Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu's path. Beauty, may I know your name? Where's your master? The second young master of the Tongue clan smiled and greeted her. Morong Chingcheng did not say anything, but she frowned. Lin Xian scoffed. Get lost, or I'll dig your eyes out. What? Hearing this, the second young master of the Tongue clan's pupils shrunk and his face darkened. How dare he talk to me like that? He's courting death. Nevertheless, the surrounding people were used to it. This was because the other party dared to kill young Master Baiyun. The second young master of the Tongue clan was powerful, but he probably would not be taken seriously by the other party. Young fella, do you know who you're talking to? Do you want to die? The second young master of the Tongue clan had a cold look in his eyes, and he emitted a terrifying killing intent. The eldest young master and the third young master stood out as well. The three of them were from the same clan, so they were bound together for good or ill. Therefore, they would fight together against the enemy. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill anyone. However, don't provoke me, or I won't mind sending the three of you on your way. Lin Xian hugged Morong Chingcheng and said indifferently, You're courting death. The second young master of the Tongue clan was furious. The eldest young master and the third young master's faces darkened as well, and their eyes were extremely gloomy. Just as the three of them were about to attack, a loud laugh was heard coming from the main hall in front of them. So it's the third young master of the Tongue clan. Sorry for the disrespect. Third, why aren't you coming in with me? Another white-clothed young man walked out. Humph. Young fella, you're lucky this time. Just you wait. I'll definitely kill you today. The second young master of the Tongue clan scoffed. He waved his sleeve and turned to walk in. The eldest and third young masters also looked deeply at Lin Xian before they left. Let's go. Lin Xian held Morong Chingcheng's hand, and they walked in together. The surrounding people only dared to move forward after Lin Xian left for a long time. They had no choice, as they did not dare to provoke the other party. Moreover, they felt that the three young masters of the Tongue clan were going to be unlucky this time because they had offended a formidable person. Do you think the young fellow will attack the three young masters of the Tongue clan? It's hard to say. It depends on the three young masters of the Tongue clan if they want to attack the young fella. If the three young masters really want to attack him, he'll probably end up in a miserable state. That young fella looks like someone who has no scruples and is decisive. If they really fight, The 3 young masters of the Tong clan will probably end up in a miserable state. Chapter 2298. The people of White Cloud City were probably already rushing over. If he was caught, it would be difficult for that kid to die. Forget it, let's stop discussing. This isn't something we can discuss. Otherwise, if the other party hears us, we won't even be able to live. Let's hurry in. Yes, I've long wanted to see who that Yen Ryu is. Now that you mention it, I'm excited too. Let's go. The group stopped discussing and entered the hall in front of them. The Moonflower Palace was even more lively inside. There were powerful warriors coming and going. At this moment, there were groups of 3 and 10 people in groups. Those who knew each other gathered together to chat and drink. Even if they didn't know each other, they had heard of each other's reputation in the same dynasty. At this moment, they also smiled and greeted each other. Of course, there were also people who were hostile. After all, there were many young geniuses here, and no one was willing to submit to each other. There were even intense sparks colliding. However, no one made a move here. The Moonflower Palace did not allow people to fight inside. If they wanted to fight, they could, but they would be kicked out. The Moonflower Palace did not belong to Thousand Mountain City, nor did it belong to the 9 Li dynasty. It was a very mysterious organization. No one knew who was standing behind them. But everyone knew that the Moonflower Palace was very terrifying and must not be provoked, because there were once 5 top mighty figures who caused trouble here. In the end, the next day, the corpses of these 5 top mighty figures were hung on the city wall. These 5 mighty figures were not injured, but their eyes were wide open as if they had encountered something terrifying before they died. Ever since that incident, no one dared to cause trouble here. After Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing entered, they also looked around. They did not look for anyone, nor did they intend to exchange pleasantries with others. The 2 of them came only to silently inquire about the news and see if anyone was talking about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Junior sister, you guys are here too. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. Morong Qingqing and Ling Xian turned around and saw Zhao Ruo walking over slowly from behind with surprise in her eyes. Senior sister, you're here too. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. Lin Xian nodded slightly and greeted them. Zhao Ruo walked up. She looked at Lin Xian, rolled her eyes and coldly snorted. Do you know that you almost caused the extinction of my Zhao family? What happened? Morong Qingqing was nervous, while Lin Xian frowned. The people of the Tai Yi dynasty were here? You also know why you hid your identity. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Lin Xian looked apologetic. After all, she was Morong Qingqing's senior sister. He said, I hid my identity to avoid those people. It's just that I didn't expect them to come knocking on my door so soon. However, didn't I remind you that the Zhao family had nothing to do with me? Could it be that they had made a move? Draw a line between them? How could he clear his name? Everyone in Stellar Sky City has seen that you're staying in our Zhao clan, but they don't know. Zhao Ruo snorted coldly, but then she shook her head and didn't make a move. For some reason they retreated, and from the looks of it, they seemed to have let the Zhao family go. That's good. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian asked, Where are they? Have they come to Qianshan City? I don't know. Even if they don't come now, they will come soon. That was because there were simply too many experts from the 9 Li dynasty. Moreover, they had connections with the 9 Li dynasty. They will probably use the 9 Li dynasty's intelligence network to lock onto your location. You're pretty bold, aren't you? You actually dared to swagger around here. How dare you show up at such a gathering? Don't you know that this gathering is for the top geniuses and people from great clans from all over the 9 Li dynasty? If they recognize you, you won't be able to leave. Don't worry. They don't dare to provoke me now. Lin Xian shrugged. Zhao Ruo was confused. Why are you so confident? Morong Qingqing smiled. Indeed, he had just killed young Master Bai Yin 2 days ago. These disciples wouldn't dare to do anything to him. What? He killed again. He even killed young Master Bai Yin. Zhao Zhirua felt dizzy. She knew about young Master Bai Yin. He was famous and could do whatever he wanted in the Nine Li dynasty. As long as he didn't provoke those princes, no one would dare to touch him. But now, this kid in front of her killed young Master Bai Yin. What do you want to do this time? What else did you do? Zhao Zhirua's mouth twitched. She had to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, her heart wouldn't be able to take it. Other than killing young Master Bai Yin, I killed more than 10 experts from the city, Lord residents. Other than that, I didn't do anything else. You can't blame me. They were too arrogant. They wanted my life. I could only take action. What? You even killed experts from the city Lord residents? Zhao Zhirua exclaimed, which attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The surrounding people were terrified, while the warriors from other cities in the distance were puzzled. Who is this kid? Is he crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? They didn't believe what Lin Xian said. But fortunately, the Moonflower Palace was very big. So at this moment, not many people noticed Lin Xian, because there were too many people. There were tens of millions of martial artists here. Junior sister, I think you should stay away from this guy. Zhao Zhirua's mouth twitched. Morong Qingqing smiled. Don't worry, senior sister. I know what I'm doing. You call that knowing what I'm doing? He offended 2 dynasties. Zhao Zhirua went crazy. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Brother Long, at this moment, another voice was heard. Then, Lin Xian and the other 2 turned around. Behind him, a beautiful young lady was running towards him happily. Then, she jumped into Lin Xian's arms. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhirua was stunned. Junior sister, this guy is too dishonest. He actually dares to interact with other girls in front of you? You can endure this. Zhao Zhirua's face turned black. Morong Qingqing was much calmer. She said indifferently, Brother Xian is a peerless genius. It's normal for many girls to like him. This means that I have good taste. All right, I really don't know what you peerless geniuses are thinking. All of you are freaks. Zhao Zhirua shook her head helplessly. In front, Lin Xian also pushed away the beauty in his arms. Then he smiled. Little girl, why are you here? Brother Long, long time no see. In front, another tall figure walked over. Brother Xiao. Lin Xian smiled and greeted the other party. This tall figure was precisely Xiao Kuang. Previously, in Wanren City, Lin Xian and the other party had killed a powerful demon king together. The beauty in front of him was Xiao Ling. At this moment, Xiao Ling raised her face and shook Lin Xian's arm. Brother Long, when did you come? Why didn't you come to find me? Chapter 2299. At the side, everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The cultivators of Qianshan City felt their scalps go numb. The foreign cultivators were even more shocked. Who was this person? He actually knew the little princess of the Xiao family. They knew the origins of Xiao Ling, and Xiao Kuang. They were from the Hong sect. The Hong sect was very powerful and spread throughout the entire Qianshan region. It could be said that it was a very huge force. Therefore, Xiao Ling naturally became the little princess of the Qianshan region. Her status could be said to be very noble. Compared to young Master Qianshan of the city Lord's Mansion and young Master Bai Yun, who was killed previously, she was not inferior at all. It could be said that she was the dream target of countless young geniuses. However, at this moment, they were somewhat stunned, because Xiao Ling was so enthusiastic towards an unfamiliar young man. She even threw herself into his arms. What was the relationship between the 2 of them? Could it be that they were lovers? However, wasn't this brat already together with a peerless beauty? He could actually hug her left and right. These people were shocked. Many people looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. After all, Xiao Ling was also one of their pursuers. Sister Qingqing. In front, Xiao Ling are also cheered and ran to Morong Qingqing's side. Lin Xian and Xiao Kuang walked to the side to drink and chat. Around them, many peerless geniuses and young masters of large families walked over, wanting to strike up a conversation with Xiao Ling, Morong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhe. After all, these were three peerless beauties. However, they were all blocked by the three of them. In the distance, a cry of surprise suddenly came, followed by countless people. That voice was so loud that Lin Xian and the others turned their heads to look. In front of them, countless people were gathering there. A crystal platform rose, and a beautiful figure walked out from it. The woman's white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were incomparably clear, and her entire body emitted an immortal aura. She was indeed beautiful. Even Zhao Zhirua, Morong Qingqing, and the others were all amazed. Lin Xian looked at her in shock. His pupils even constricted. The wine glass in his hand suddenly shattered, and the wine spilled all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kuang was puzzled. He asked, "Brother Long, what's wrong?" Morong Qingqing, Zhao Zhirua, and Xiao Ling were also surprised. Among them, Morong Qingqing was full of worry, but Zhao Zhirua snorted coldly. This guy, could it be that he got excited because he saw a beauty? Nonsense. Brother Long wouldn't be like this. Xiao Ling snorted lightly. Morong Qingqing also frowned. This was because she had never seen Lin Xian act so abnormally before. What's going on? Could it be that older brother Xian and this Yen Ryu know each other? Lin Xian was stunned because he did not recognize the white figure in front of him. However, he knew him and was extremely familiar with him. However, he did not understand why the other party was called Yen Ryu. This is Zhao Shui. When did it become Yen Ryu? To be honest, he was extremely shocked. He realized that Zhao Shui's entire body was mysterious. When he first met her, she was running for her life. After that, the two of them spent some time together and separated. When they met for the second time, Zhao Shui became incomparably cold, as if she did not recognize him. Furthermore, her strength had undergone an earth-shattering change, and she even learned the ancient divine ability, Void Sky Eyes. This made Lin Xian even more shocked. However, the two of them spent some time together and then left. After that, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, and the others came to the eastern wasteland and left the Tianmu continent. Lin Xian did not know whether Zhao Shui had left or not. He even thought that he would never see her again in this lifetime. However, he did not expect that she would also come. Not only that, but she also appeared here. However, this time, Zhao Shui was even more mysterious. Even her name was changed. Was she Zhao Shui or not? Or was it just that they looked very similar? Even Lin Xian was extremely puzzled. However, he did not believe that he had misjudged her, especially after he obtained the heavenly secret, Divine Eyes. It was even more impossible for him to be wrong. Perhaps she had no choice but to do so. Lin Xian thought. He had a fortuitous encounter in these years, and so did she. Perhaps there was some unforeseen event that forced Zhao Shui to change her name to Yen Ryu. However, no matter what, Lin Xian wanted to meet her and have a good chat. "Kid, be careful. She might not be the Zhao Shui you know anymore." At this moment, the dark red divine dragon also transmitted its voice. Lin Xian frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The dark red divine dragon said, "I can sense a demonic aura from her body, and she also has a pure bloodline power. She is definitely a terrifying demon king. She might even be an extremely precious mutated species. Kid, be careful. She might have been possessed by some old monster." "What?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes darkened, and a terrifying aura emerged from his body. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon said again, "Not necessarily. Perhaps she is a demon herself. No, I have to find her and ask her clearly." Lin Xian decided that he had to meet Zhao Shui. However, now was not the right time. He planned to meet her alone after the banquet. After Yen Ryu came out, a few more figures walked out. A handsome young man in green clothes, who should be young Master Qianshan. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by countless people, like stars surrounding the moon. Those standing around him were all peerless geniuses, people of status and strength. Ordinary people could not blend in. Yen Ryu was also invited to the side by young Master Qianshan and the others to taste wine. The others could only watch from afar, but even so, they felt that this trip was not in vain. That was because Yen Ryu was too beautiful. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and wiped the wine on his hands. He picked up a wine glass from the table again and took a deep breath. He tried hard to recover his emotions, and his gaze finally returned to normal. He drank with Xiao Kuang again. However, at this moment, four beauties walked over from the crowd. The person in the lead, wearing a palace robe, came in front of Lin Xian with a smile, then bowed slightly. "Are you young Master Lin?" "I am." "Who are you?" Lin Xian looked at her. "Our master invites young Master Lin over." "Your master? Who are you people?" Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that Zhao Xue had discovered him? Lin Xian was not sure. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that this was a trap. Perhaps someone wanted to deal with him and lure him away. Therefore, he had to ask clearly, "We are from the Moonflower Palace, so our master is naturally the master of the Moonflower Palace." The beautiful woman in palace attire smiled. "What? The master of the Moonflower Palace?" Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Not only him, but Zhao Zhihua, Xiao Kuang, and the others were also surprised. The surrounding King Realm Almighties also exclaimed in surprise. The Moonflower Illusion Palace was extremely mysterious. No one knew who was standing behind them. In the past, many powerful forces and families wanted to investigate. However, they all returned empty-handed. But now, to think that this mysterious master would invite Lin Xian over. Chapter 2300. This mysterious master actually wanted to invite Lin Xian. What was going on? Could it be that they knew each other? Everyone was extremely shocked, and the warriors of Qianshan City also came to a realization. They had said that Lin Xian couldn't be a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? He even knew the master of the Moonflower Palace. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do. "Who is your master?" Lin Xian also frowned and asked. He didn't know the master of the Moonflower Palace? Young Master Lin would naturally know if he went there himself. The woman in red smiled and then said, "Why, young Master Lin doesn't dare." "Humph! What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Xian put down his wine cup and said, "Brother Xiao, I'll go." "All right." Xiao Kuang nodded. Then, Lin Xian came to Murong Qingqing's side. "Qingqing, you play with senior sister Zhihua and the others first. I'll be back soon. Be careful," Murong Qingqing said with concern. Lin Xian nodded and then left with the four women in palace attire. Lin Xian followed behind the woman in red and walked towards the depths of the Moonflower Palace. Soon they arrived at a formation. The group of people entered the formation and disappeared with a flash of light. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others appeared in another place. Lin Xian looked around and realized that they should still be in the Moonflower Palace. They hadn't left, so he felt a lot more at ease. Not long after, they teleported again. After a total of 3 teleportations, they arrived at a very quiet place. Other than them, there was no one else around. It seemed that this should be the core area of the Moonflower Palace. In front, the 4 beauties in red stopped in their tracks. They bowed respectfully and said, "Young Master Lin, please." Lin Xian nodded, pushed open the door, and walked in. The 4 women in red closed the door behind him and quickly used the formation to leave. The inside was very big and the decorations were very exquisite. However, there was no one. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? Didn't someone want to see him? Why is there no one here? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and released his soul power. Although this room was very large, and there were many rooms, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, he had covered the entire area. However, his frown deepened. Because he didn't sense anyone. Was there really no one? Lin Xian was stunned. He had thought that someone was somewhere else, but his soul force didn't detect anyone else's aura. Lin Xian felt that something was amiss, so he turned around and left, because he suspected that this might be a trap. Just as he turned around and took 2 steps, a flirtatious voice drifted over. "Young Master Lin, why are you leaving?" Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian froze and his pupils constricted. He abruptly turned his head, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. He once again probed with his soul force. "Someone's here? What's going on?" He was extremely shocked because this time he felt the aura of a human. But this was impossible. He clearly hadn't sensed it before, so how did it appear? He couldn't believe it. One had to know that his soul force was even stronger than that of a peerless almighty. If he couldn't detect anyone, then it was definitely a human. But what's going on? Could it be that the other party had just teleported in? After another round of observation, he realized that there was no teleportation array in the room. "Who are you, and why did you ask me to come?" Lin Xian asked coldly. Then he said, "What? Is this how you treat your guests? Since you asked me to come, why don't you come out and meet me? Why do you have to be so sneaky?" "Young master, you've wronged me. I want to come out too. But to see you I specially took a bath. But I'm not done yet. Young master came too quickly. So why don't you sit down and wait for a while? Or you can come and find me directly." At this point, the sound of running water could be heard from the room. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Beauty trap. He wanted to see what the other party was up to, so he stepped forward and walked towards the sound of running water. Sure enough, the door in front of him was half open, and the sound of running water came from inside. There was also mist, and a figure could be vaguely seen. "Young master, come and have a cup of tea." However, at this moment, a coquettish voice came from the living room again. This voice was exactly the same as before. Obviously, it was from the same person. However, Lin Xian was shocked again. What's going on? Wasn't she taking a bath inside? Why did she suddenly come to the living room? In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, and the door couldn't be opened. Mist filled the room, but there was no one inside. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he didn't activate the heavenly secret divine eyes, with his soul force, even a peerless almighty couldn't do anything to him. However, the current situation was really beyond his expectations. Therefore, in the next moment, his body swayed, and he used the demigods and semi-devils to instantly appear in the living room. There was indeed a figure in the living room. It was a woman. She was sitting there with a bathrobe wrapped around her body, and her hair was wet. Obviously, she had just taken a bath. However, how was that possible? How did she come out? How could she hide from Lin Xian's perception? The woman's skin was snow white, and there was a fragrance on her body. In addition to the scene, she was infinitely seductive. However, Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to care about that. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" The woman raised her head. She was very beautiful, but Lin Xian realized that he didn't know her. That made him wary. The beautiful woman smiled as she dried her hair. "Young Master Lin, don't be so anxious after you're here. Sit down and have a cup of tea. This is 3,000-year-old oolong tea, and it contains oolong blood essence. Drinking a cup will definitely strengthen your physique. In order to entertain you, I've even brought out the best things." Su Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at her, but then he sat down with a smile on his face. All right, I'll play with her. He wanted to see what tricks she had up her sleeves. Therefore, when he thought of that, he sat down boldly, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. It's indeed good tea. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment before she smiled. "Young Master Lin, you're indeed bold. However, aren't you afraid that I'll poison it? You should know that some poisons can even kill an invincible king, let alone an almighty." "Young Master Lin, do you think you can resist it?" Hearing that, Lin Xian smiled. He had secretly checked it with his heavenly secret god eyes before, and there was no problem. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body. Even if it was poisonous, he was confident that he could destroy it. Therefore he smiled and said, "Seeing that your movement technique is extremely strange, I think you must have a mysterious background. Someone like you wouldn't stoop to poisoning people. Moreover, I'll drink the tea you make even if it's poisonous." Lin Xian then stared at the man's body. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, you're indeed bold. The night is long, let's have fun." Chapter 2301. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Sure, I can't wait any longer." As he said that, he reached out with his palm. He was so fast that it was as if he had passed through the void. In an instant, his palm appeared in front of the beautiful woman. His target was the bath towel on her body. Seeing this, the beautiful woman's expression froze. She did not expect him to be so decisive, but soon she laughed coquettishly and twisted her body, narrowly dodging the attack. What a strange movement technique. Lin Xian was surprised. The other party's speed was so fast that it did not seem to be any weaker than his demigods and semi-devils. Who is this person? How can he have such an exquisite movement technique? Lin Xian was surprised that the other party had dodged it. However, in the next moment he sped up again. Countless palm shadows in the sky enveloped the woman in an instant. However, the woman's identity was even stranger. She had dodged all of them. Otherwise, her body would have disappeared into the void in an instant and could no longer be seen. Seeing this, Lin Xian probed with his soul spirit. The result shocked him. A similar scene happened again. He could not capture the other party's trace at all. It was as if she had really disappeared. However, how was that possible? He knew that the other party had not disappeared. She had used some kind of movement technique or secret technique to hide. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. A golden Tao pattern appeared in his eyes as he looked around. Whoosh! Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he reached behind him. Ah! A cry of surprise came from behind him. A woman's figure appeared. Whoosh! The bath towel on her body had been torn off by Lin Xian. At this moment, the woman was naked. Seeing this, Lin Xian was stunned. The woman, on the other hand, laughed. "What, Mr. Lin? Do you want to do something else?" As she spoke, she pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a shake of his sleeve, the bath towel wrapped around the beautiful woman again. The beautiful woman laughed coquettishly. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she slashed at Lin Xian's neck. The dagger shone with a cold light. It was obviously a top-grade treasure. The void was instantly sliced open, and a terrifying crack appeared. Lin Xian felt a biting, cold-killing intent. His muscles tensed up, and countless sword qi surged out from his body, knocking the dagger away. Sword qi that filled the sky flew out from his body and swept across the heaven and earth. Qi. The woman's bathrobe was instantly torn apart. Not only that, a human skin mask fell off her face. Seeing this scene, the woman cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. A human skin mask. He did not expect that the other party had actually disguised himself. Furthermore, it was such an ancient method. It should be known that for peak kings like them, if they wanted to change their appearance, it was an extremely simple matter. He only needed to change his bones and muscles. However, if the other party was so strong, why did he still use such a primitive method like a human skin mask? However, what made him even more surprised was that he did not notice that the other party was in disguise. It seemed that this human skin mask was no ordinary mask. It's you. Lin Xian looked at him and exclaimed, because he realized that he actually knew the person in front of him. Without the human skin mask, the woman revealed an exquisite face. She was also extremely beautiful. Buzz. The woman took out a robe from her storage ring and put it on. Then, she knelt on the ground with one knee. Greetings, master. Luo Bingshan, it's actually you. Where have you been all these years? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This woman was none other than the top assassin who had come from the Tianwu continent with him, Luo Bingshan. Back then, not long after they had arrived in the eastern wasteland, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Li had been taken away by different people. Among them, Murong Qingcheng had gone to the Jade Lake sacred ground, and Shen Jingqiu had gone to the Purple Dawn sacred ground. Luo Bingshan had been taken away by a mysterious person. He did not expect that he would appear again. Moreover, the other party's strength had become so strong. That strange movement technique had shocked him greatly. Get up. I'm no longer your master. The restrictions on you should have been removed. You don't have to do this. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a force lifted Luo Li up. Luo Bingshan said in a deep voice, "But in my heart, you have always been my master." "All right, let's not talk about this for now." Lin Xian asked, "Why are you here? How did you become the master of the Moonflower Palace? Also, what kind of movement technique is this? It's so strange that even I can't detect it." "Master, listen to me slowly." Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. "Don't call me master. Change the way you address me. Then I'll call you Brother Xian. Actually, that day after I was taken away by that mysterious person, I joined an organization." "An organization? What organization?" Lin Xian was curious. Luo Bingshan said, "Regarding our organization, the core secrets cannot be said. There is a restriction in my body. Once I say it, I will be instantly killed. However, I can tell you some basic information. Brother Xian, I don't know if you have heard of the Heavenly Court." "Heavenly Court?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. How could he not have heard of the Heavenly Court? That was an assassin divine dynasty that was as famous as hell. Moreover, not long ago, he had been assassinated by someone from hell and was almost killed. It could be said that his memory of this assassin divine dynasty was still fresh. Heavenly Court held the world of men. Could it be that ancient assassin divine dynasty? Lin Xian asked. That's right. It was the legendary Heavenly Court. Luo Bingshan nodded. Lin Xian was even more surprised. What? The organization you joined? Could it be the Heavenly Court? He was extremely shocked. The Heavenly Court was a legendary existence that was even more terrifying than hell. The assassins inside were unparalleled in the world. No wonder the falling ice mountains movement technique was so exquisite that even he couldn't detect it. Thinking about it, this should be a unique ability of the Heavenly Court's assassins. It was about the same, Luo Bingshan said. However, we're not called Heavenly Court now, but Heaven. Heaven changed its name? Lin Xian frowned. Luo Bingshan explained that the Heavenly Court had been destroyed back then, but there were still some people left behind. These people wanted to rebuild the Heavenly Court, but in the past tens of thousands of years, their opinions had differed. In the end, these people were divided into two factions. One faction became Heaven, and the other faction became the Holy Church. Among them, Heaven inherited the previous assassination legacy of the Heavenly Court and became the top assassin organization. As for the Holy Church, they inherited other legacies. I'm not too sure what they do. I also changed my name. Now I'm called Luo Li. There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He had heard before that the three great assassin divine dynasties had suffered heavy losses. However, among them, the world of men and hell were preserved, while the Heavenly Court was destroyed and became history. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Court was also preserved. However, it split into two factions and formed two new terrifying organizations. One was the new assassin divine dynasty, heaven. The other was the Holy Church, which seemed very mysterious. Chapter 2302. This Moonflower Castle is a stronghold of our heavenly hall. I'm in charge here. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. But then he asked again, Luo Li, how much do you know about hell? Can you tell me more about it? What's wrong, Brother Xian? Are you interested in hell? Luo Li was surprised. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Not long ago I was assassinated by them. What? Hell had attacked. Luo Li was extremely surprised. She didn't expect Hell to assassinate Lin Xian. What surprised her even more was that Lin Xian actually managed to escape. She couldn't believe it. One had to know that Hell was an ancient assassin dynasty, an extremely terrifying existence. Rumor had it that the palace of Hell was filled with countless heads. Many of them were saints and invincible kings. One could imagine how terrifying Hell was. However, she was surprised that Lin Xian was able to escape. I happen to know a stronghold of Hell, and it's in the Nine Li dynasty. From the looks of it, it should be the people of this stronghold who did it. But Brother Xian, the people of Hell are extremely terrifying. Unless an army presses down on them, they can't be destroyed. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to fight against them. I know, don't worry. Lin Xian nodded. I won't be impulsive, but I need to know where they are first. I'll settle the score with them later. Soon, Luo Li told Lin Xian the location of Hell's stronghold. After Lin Xian heard it, his eyes shone with a cold light. While Lin Xian was chatting with Luo Li, on the other side, Murong Qingqing and the others were surrounded by people. The few of them standing there were simply too dazzling. Other than Yan Ruyu, there was Murong Qingqing. Some people even compared Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing and found that they were on par. This made them even more shocked and surprised. Yan Ruyu was also very surprised when she discovered this situation. Yan Ruyu was fine. Her face was like autumn water, and her beautiful eyes were incomparably deep. The young geniuses around her were extremely surprised. There was actually someone who could compare to Fairy Yen. Who was this person? He looked unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from our Nine Li dynasty. Otherwise, we would have known about it long ago. These were all young masters of large clans. They were very clear about the geniuses and beauties of the Nine Li dynasty. Nothing could escape their eyes. But now, they discovered that they actually didn't know each other. The three young masters of the Teng clan also turned their heads to look. Subsequently, the Teng family's second young master smiled. He walked over again. Is Brother Ting interested in that girl? Many people laughed, including the Teng family's third young master. Yes, when we were outside, second elder brother had already noticed him. If he didn't succeed, second brother wouldn't give up. However, there were also people who frowned. Wasn't that woman with that brat? Brat? Which brat? Why is he famous? Many people were puzzled. The young man said, Of course he was famous. That brat had killed young Master Bai Yun and more than 10 experts from the city Lord Mansion. Do you think it's famous or not? What? Young Master Bai Yun was killed? Many young geniuses were shocked. Because they had just arrived from another place, they naturally didn't know what had happened. Young Master Qian Shan frowned, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. It's them. Humph. The experts from White Cloud City are already on their way. But as young Master Bai Yun's good friend, I won't let the enemy escape. Young Master Qian Shan's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Not only did the other party kill young Master Bai Yun, but he also killed more than 10 experts from the city Lord Mansion. This was a provocation to them. It was a slap to their faces. As the future ruler of Qianshan City, how could young Master Qian Shan allow this to happen? Therefore, in his heart, he had already sentenced Lin Xian to death. However, at this moment, a young man at the side exclaimed, Isn't that Shaoling, Why is that girl with the Hong sect? Could it be that they know each other? It's over. If she's really a friend of the Hong sect, it won't be easy to touch her. After all, the Hong sect is very terrifying. So what? Ordinary people might be afraid of her, but my big brother Qian Shan isn't. A young man at the side sneered. He was also from the city lord mansion and was young Master Qian Shan's younger brother. The young man raised his head and said proudly, "My big brother is an outstanding genius of the Yin-Yang sect. He's the future supreme king. No matter how powerful the Hong sect is, can they be more powerful than the Yin-Yang sect?" Young Master Qian Shan also smiled. He said indifferently, "Don't worry about them. We can't fight here. After the banquet ends, I'll let them know the consequences of offending the city lord mansion." While the group of people discussed animatedly on the other side, Morong Chingching was surrounded by many people. Whoosh! Suddenly the crowd dispersed, and a young man walked over. It was the Tung family's second young master. He was also followed by a few young masters from big families. As soon as they entered, they pushed away the ordinary kings. The Tung family's second young master's eyes flickered as he looked at Morong Chingching and the others. When he saw Zhao Zhirua and Shaoling, his eyes also lit up. Then the corner of his mouth became wider. 3 peerless beauties. It seems like I'm really lucky. However, in the end, he still stared at Morong Chingching. "Fairy, we meet again." The Tung family's second young master smiled. Morong Chingcheng looked at him and asked coldly, "Who are you? Don't I know you?" "Teng Kuan, hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here." Shaoling also snorted coldly. It was obvious that she also knew the person in front of her. "Oh, isn't this little Princess Ling, ah? I haven't seen her for a few days, and she's become more beautiful." Tang Kuan's gaze shifted from Morong Chingching to Shaoling and looked at her without restraint. Shaoling's face turned cold when she saw the scene. On the side, Xiao Kuang shouted coldly, "Watch your dog eyes. Do you believe that I'll dig them out for you? Try it." Teng Kuan looked at him and sneered. "The Hong sect is powerful, but do you think the Tung family is afraid of you? Don't forget the status of the Tung family. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee that you'll all die. So hurry up and get lost. Don't you see that I'm talking to these beauties?" Hearing these arrogant words, Xiao Kuang's face darkened. The surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. This was because they knew what kind of existence the Tung family was. This was a big family, and it was a very terrifying family. The other party wasn't completely human. It was a very special existence. It was a half-demon family. The Tung family was born from the combination of the human race and the demon race. However, no one dared to underestimate them. This was because the Tung family's ancestor was an invincible king. An invincible king was an existence even more terrifying than a peerless almighty. He was a top-notch expert. Chapter 2303. Therefore, the Tung family had a special status in the Nainli dynasty. Almost no one dared to offend them. Even young Master Qian Shan, the son of the governor and the genius of the Yin-Yang sect, had to rope in the 3 young masters of the Tung family. Therefore, although the Hong sect was powerful, the Tung family was not afraid. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Teng Kuan looked at Morong Chingching again. He grabbed a cup of spirit wine from the servant's tray and handed it to her. "Come on, fairy, I'll treat you to a drink." However, Morong Chingching did not reach out her hand. Instead, she looked at him coldly. This scene was very awkward, so Teng Kuan's face was a little pale. His eyes shone brightly and his voice was very low. "Beauty, you have to think carefully." Behind him, Teng Kuan's follower sneered. "That's right, Brother Kuan is giving you face by giving you a drink. Do you know that Brother Kuan is on the same level as the prince? It's your fortune to be chosen by Brother Kuan." Numerous voices sounded out, causing Zhao Zhirua and Shaoling's little faces to turn icy cold. Among them, Xiao Linger gritted her teeth. "Damn this guy, he's too despicable. I really want to beat him up. Aya, why isn't Brother Long here? If he's here, I'll teach him a lesson." Zhao Zhirua frowned. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he threaten Junior's sister Qingqing? He's courting death." She snorted and was about to reveal Morong Chingching's true identity. What was the Tang family? So what if they were on the same level as the prince? Their identities were not worth mentioning in front of Morong Chingcheng. After all, Morong Chingcheng was the saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground, the future master of the Jade Lake. Her identity was on par with the crown prince of the imperial family. Apart from the crown prince, only the saints and saintesses of the other sacred grounds were on par with her. Even an ordinary prince would have a lower status in front of Morong Chingcheng, not to mention the Tang family in front of her. Therefore, she wanted to reveal Morong Chingcheng's identity to scare these people to death. However, Morong Chingcheng shook her head slightly. She did not intend to reveal her identity this time. If she came here as the Jade Lake Saint, she wouldn't have come alone. She would have brought a large number of people with her. The reason why the sect had asked her to come here secretly was to let her gain more experience. Secondly, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also hoped to secretly investigate the matter of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, Morong Chingcheng stopped her. In the next moment, a smile appeared on her face. Then, she reached out with her jade-like hand and caught the wine cup. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned because Morong Chingcheng was simply too beautiful when she smiled. Tung Kuan, the Tang family's second young master, was even more proud. If he could obtain such a peerless beauty, he would be incredibly lucky. However, Zhao Zhirua and Xiaoling were stunned. That's not right. Why did Morong Chingcheng agree? While they were in a daze, the situation suddenly changed. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Tung Kuan's face turned incomparably dark in an instant. This was because after Morong Chingcheng took the wine cup, she did not drink it. Instead, she waved her jade-like hand and directly splashed all the spirit wine on Tung Kuan's face. She wants to drink with me? She's not qualified. Puff! Tung Kuan's face was splashed with wine, and he was stunned on the spot. At this moment, not only was Tung Kuan stunned, but everyone was stunned. Zhao, Zhirua, and Xiaoling were stunned. All the surrounding King Almighties and the lackeys behind them were also stunned. Then they burst into shouts like a torrent and screamed one by one. Those lackeys also shouted, "Fuck, Brother Kuan, are you all right?" Tung Kuan's face was also gloomy. The aura on his body suddenly erupted like a divine rainbow as he charged towards Morong Chingcheng. Morong Chingcheng snorted coldly. Countless rays of light appeared on her body, forming a 5-colored lotus flower that instantly blocked the attack. Crack, crack, crack! The void cracked open, and the terrifying energy caused many to vomit blood. On the side, Xiao Kuang activated his king domain to protect Xiaoling. Zhao Zhirua's body was also surrounded by light, and a ball of battle armor appeared. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Countless runes lit up in the surroundings, and 8 beautiful women suddenly appeared. The one leading them was the woman in red who invited Lin Xian earlier. As soon as they appeared, they shouted, "Who dares to fight in the Moonflower Castle? Do you want to die?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and did not dare to speak. The people in the distance also looked over. Even Yan Ryu and young Master Chen Shan stopped talking. Young Master Chen Shan looked into the distance and frowned. The surrounding young geniuses were also discussing. Damn, why are they fighting? Someone actually dares to fight with Brother Tung? Does he want to die? When the eldest and third young masters of the Tung family saw this scene, their figures flashed and instantly appeared in front. Second brother. The 2 of them came in front of Tung Kuan. When they saw Tung Kuan's face full of wine, they were both stunned. Then their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Why do you want to fight? Seeing this, the woman in red's face darkened. No matter who you are, if you dare to fight here, you will be punished by the Moonflower Castle. Speaking of this, The aura on the woman in red suddenly became fierce. Not only that, under her feet, terrifying runes flickered and condensed in the air. A terrifying, killing formation spread out. It made everyone's hearts tremble. Young Master Kuin, forget it! At this moment, young Master Qianshan also came. Not only him, but Yan Ryu also walked over. The crowd dispersed, and a group of dozens of people rushed over. These people were all young geniuses, the young masters of large clans, and were very terrifying. At this moment, everyone was standing here. Of course, they were all on Teng Kuin's side. Only Xiaoling, and Zhao Zhuo were still standing beside Morong Qingqing. However, Morong Qingqing's expression was indifferent. So what if there were thousands of soldiers and horses? She would not be afraid at all. As the saintess, her strength was unfathomable. Brother Ting, there's no need to fight here. Young Master Qianshan and the others walked over and hurriedly dissuaded him. That was because he was very clear about how terrifying the Moonflower Castle was. Even he did not dare to be presumptuous here. Humph! Hearing this, Teng Kuin snorted coldly and put away his terrifying domain. Immediately, the light that filled the sky disappeared. All the King Almighties heaved a sigh of relief. The 5-colored lotus in front of Morong Qingqing also quickly rushed into her body and disappeared. When the people from the Moonflower Castle saw this scene, they said coldly, "I'll say it again, no fighting is allowed here. If anyone disobeys, kill without mercy. No matter who you are, the Moonflower Castle is not afraid." After saying that, she ignored Teng Kuin and the others and looked at Morong Qingqing instead. Chapter 2304. The lady in red looked at Morong Qingqing and smiled. "Fairy Morong, young Master Lin is chatting with my master and will be back soon. If there's anything, just call me." "Okay, thank you." Morong Qingqing nodded. The lady in red left with her people. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens! What was the relationship between these people and the Moonflower Shyness Palace? How could they be treated so politely by the Moonflower Shyness Palace? One must know that the Moonflower Shyness Palace didn't even respect such a terrifying family like the Teng family. One could imagine how powerful they were. However, Morong Qingqing received such honorable treatment. This shocked everyone, especially the Teng family's third young master, who frowned. Teng Kuin sneered. "I underestimated you. Don't think that you can provoke me just because you have the Moonflower Shyness Palace's support. Just you wait. When the banquet ends and you leave this palace, I'll see who can save you. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel and beg me." After speaking, Teng Kuin snorted and turned to leave. The Teng family's first young master and third young master looked at Morong Qingqing and the others with a sinister smile. Then they left as well. Next, young Master Qianshan and the others also left. "Junior sister, why didn't you tell them your identity and scare them to death? Let them be arrogant." Zhao Zhuo snorted. She naturally couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of Teng Kuin and the others. So what? Aren't they just an invincible king family? The Jade Lake sacred ground had produced a great emperor. They weren't on the same level. However, Morong Qingqing shook her head. "No need. I can still fight against them without any identity. Besides, I came out this time to gain experience in the mortal world." Xiao Kuang, and the others didn't know Morong Qingqing's true identity, so they said worriedly, "Big Sister Morong, come with us later. Otherwise, I'm worried that those guys will attack you." "Okay." Morong Qingqing smiled. She didn't take this matter to heart. On the other side, young Master Qianshan invited Teng Kuin and the other 3 young masters of the Teng clan to the side. "Damn it, I'm so angry." Teng Kuin gritted his teeth. The other party actually dared to spill wine all over his face. Since he was young, he had never suffered such a loss. This was a slap to his face. The Teng family's third young master scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight here, they would have become my second brothers, slaves long ago. Also, that kid actually dared to be so arrogant towards us when he was outside. At that time, he would deal with him as well. Of course, I want to see his beloved woman being tortured by me with my own eyes. Tung Kuan revealed a hideous smile. However, young Master Qian Shan reminded them, "Don't let your guard down. Not long ago, that kid killed young Master Baiyun and more than 10 peerless experts of my city, Lord Mansion. It could be said that his strength was terrifying, and he acted without any scruples. What? There was actually such a thing. The Tung family's eldest young master and third young master were also astonished. Tung Kuan also took a deep breath, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. But soon after, he revealed a cold smile. So what? No matter how powerful that kid is, I must kill him today. Also, that be *TSH, I must let her know how powerful I am. Gentlemen, if you can really get rid of them, I believe the White Cloud Mansion will be very grateful to you." Young Master Qian Shan said in a deep voice. "Is that so?" The others sneered when they heard that. "It seems like that kid is definitely going to die. How about this? Send out the 4 Jilly demons." "What? You want to use them?" The eldest young master was shocked when he heard Tung Kuan's words. At the side, young Master Qian Shan's eyes lit up. "Second brother, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill?" The third young master said. "I'm doing this just in case." Tung Kuan took a deep breath. "This time I can't let them escape. Therefore, I can't allow any mistakes. Besides, that kid is very powerful, and that be *TCH was able to block my attack just now. Come to think of it, she must be a genius too. It's not safe to let others do it, let alone the people from the Hong sect. Therefore, the 4 Jilly demons will definitely die if we send them out. However, we need the permission of our clan leader to use them. No, we'll use our identities to forcefully control them. After this matter is settled, we'll apologize to our clan leader. All right, I'll contact the 4 Jilly demons now." The eldest young master of the Tung family also took a deep breath. Since they had already made up their minds, they would not go back on their words. Soon, they hurriedly contacted the clan leader. Fortunately, there were only the 3 young masters of the Tung family and young Master Qian Shan nearby. Otherwise, the others would definitely scream in fear if they heard that. That was because the 4 Jilly demons were 4 very powerful demon kings of the Jilly dynasty. Among them, the great demon and the second demon were all peerless mighty figures. Although the 3 demons and the 4 demons were not peerless mighty figures, they were not far from it. They were far more powerful than ordinary top mighty figures. It could be said that the 4 of them were very terrifying when they joined forces. It would be easy for them to kill a peerless mighty figure. It could be said that they were more than enough to deal with these young people. They could not escape. Even if they were saints or princes, they would not be a match for the 4 Jilly demons in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, how could these people be saints and princes? Therefore, they would definitely die. For a moment, the few of them sneered. In addition, in the secret chamber, Lin Xian still did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, he was drinking tea and chatting with Luo Li. At this moment, Lin Xian asked again, "Oh, right. Do you know anything about the nest of 10,000 dragons?" News about the nest of 10,000 dragons? Luo Li was stunned when he heard that. Then he said, "I know a little." Seeing Lin Xian's expectant gaze, Luo Li hurriedly explained. "According to our intelligence, the beast tide of the Jilly dynasty this time is related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. It seems that these demons are preparing for something. It seems that it should be related to the 10,000 dragons' annihilation. Moreover, the demons have a wide range of influence, and many people from a human race have dealings with them. Among them, there are half-demon clans and some human clans that have been bribed by them. It seemed that the nest of 10,000 dragons would appear soon. At that time, it was uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse. There were humans who were colluding with the demons. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this matter to be so complicated. But then he asked again, "Well, aren't there countless treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons?" Although that was the case, there was another rumor. That was the nest of 10,000 dragons, the place where dragons were buried. Legend had it that these dragons were not dead, but asleep. Chapter 2305. Luoli didn't say anything else, but a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. Dragons were legendary existences. If they were to revive, what kind of earth-shaking changes would they bring? In the end, dragons were also a type of monster race. In the end, would the dragons support humans or revive the monster race? It was still an unknown. Therefore, it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Brother Xian, didn't you have a dragon by your side?" Hearing this, the dark red dragon stuck its head out of the black earth. "Little girl, why are you looking for me?" Seeing this scene, Luoli was shocked, but she quickly recovered. She looked at the dark red dragon and said in a deep voice, "You should know how terrifying dragons are. Although the human race is prosperous now, in ancient times the human race was very weak. At that time, the 10,000 races were at their peak. The human race was just one of them. In addition, there were many powerful races, and the dragons were one of them. If these terrifying races were to revive, it was unknown whether the human race would be able to resist them. Powerful races? What were they?" Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know these ancient secrets. Luoli seemed to know a little. She said that there were many races in the 10,000 ancient races. The most powerful ones, other than the dragons, were the Tianji race, the Spirit race, the Light race, the Kuan-Peng race, the Yiksha race, and so on. In short, there were many races, and most of them were monster race. Were there really so many 10,000 ancient races? Lin Xian was shocked. Luoli nodded. "In the past, there were countless heads in our heavenly court. Among them, there were dragons. There were also Spirit race and Tianji race. For example, Yiksha, Heavenly Ant, and so on. The heads of all kinds of strange shapes were all over the ground. Those were the heads of saints. It was said that in hell there was a wall that was completely piled up with the heads of the terrifying 10,000 ancient races." Hearing this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the ancient god of killers, the dynasty was indeed terrifying. But soon he frowned. Originally, he wanted to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons because he wanted to obtain the treasures inside. But now it seemed that it was extremely dangerous inside. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. After all, that was the legendary treasure trove. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian prepared to leave, because Murong Qingqing and the others were still outside. "Older brother Xian, if you have any difficulties, you can come find me. If you want to kill any experts, you can also come here for a mission. Don't worry, I won't be courteous if it's useful." Lin Xian smiled and left. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, Luoli said indifferently, "I really want to be with you. However, there are restrictions in my body. I'm afraid I'll never be able to leave this paradise." On the other side, Lin Xian left the room. There were 4 women waiting outside. They took Lin Xian away from the core area. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the hall below. The outside was still bustling with noise and excitement. However, when Lin Xian came out, all eyes turned to look at him. Their eyes were filled with shock, surprise, and a trace of fear. The crowd automatically made a path for him. At this moment, not only the cultivators in the city, but even the cultivators outside were terrified. What a joke! Someone who was related to the Moonflower Palace was definitely not simple. Not everyone was like the Tang family's young master Qianshan, who had such a strong background. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke them. Of course, there were also people who sneered and gloated. This was because they knew that this brat was dead meat. Lin Xian killed young master Bai Yun, and Murong Qingqing offended the Tang family's young master. Whether it was the White Cloud Mansion or the Tang family, they were both extremely terrifying. Even if this brat had the protection of the Moonflower Palace, no one would be able to save them once they left this place. Lin Xian ignored these people's gazes and strode over to Murong Qingqing and the others. Lin Xian said, "Sorry for the wait." Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Xiao Ling said, "Big brother Lin, why are you only here now?" "Seriously, you really pissed me off just now. What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked, "Who made Ling angry?" "Humph, it's not me. It's someone who has designs on big sister Qingqing." Xiao Ling angrily recounted what had happened. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. Someone actually dared to have designs on Murong Qingqing when he was not around, and even dared to threaten them. He was courting death. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. At the side, Zhao Zhiro reminded him, "Be careful, that person is the young master of the Tang family. The Tang family is an invincible sovereign realm clan, and is extremely terrifying. Moreover, they have many allies here. This time you can act rashly. If you really can't, you can ask the Moonflower Palace to escort you away." To be honest, Zhao Zhiro was really worried. Moreover, she now knew that not only these people, but there was also an even more terrifying Tai dynasty behind them. Of course, she hoped that Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing could leave this place safely. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister, Zhao," Lin Xian said. But then he changed the topic and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. "Cultivators of my generation never shrink from a battle. Since the other party dares to find trouble, then I won't be polite either. Let's go, Qingqing, I'll take revenge for you." Lin Xian held Murong Qingqing's small hand. Murong Qingqing smiled faintly. "Okay." She followed Lin Xian and walked forward. Seeing the scene, Xiao Ling was incomparably excited. "Great! I can finally take revenge!" Previously, she was also very dissatisfied with the Tang family. Xiao Kuang snorted coldly. "If necessary, I will also take action." Because he had long wanted to take action. Zhao Zhiro sighed. "Forget it, let's not persuade him." The other party even dared to kill the Golden Lion King, let alone the cultivators of the Tang family. I wonder what kind of scene will happen. Thinking of this, she quickened her steps and followed. Whoosh! Seeing Lin Xian and his group walking into the distance, the King Almighties in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. They immediately opened up a path for them. However, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian and the others. Where is this kid going? Is he thinking of leaving? I think it's possible. After all, he provoked the Tang family. He can't afford to offend them. Leaving now is the best way. What a joke! That's not an exit. It seems that he's going to look for the young master of the Tang family. I also think it's possible with his character. He won't leave just like that. Don't forget about young Master Baiyin. Many people discussed, and in the next moment, they also followed behind Lin Xian. For a moment, the crowd surged forward like a dark cloud. The people in front naturally noticed the scene, so they all turned their heads. Chapter 2306. Tang Kuan, the second young master of the Tang family, naturally saw this and scoffed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he let go of the beauty in his arms and turned around to look behind him. Apart from him, the eldest young master of the Tang family, the third young master of the Tang family, young Master Qianshan, and the other young masters of the major clans also came over. These people formed a powerful force. The air instantly condensed, and a terrifying invisible pressure pressed down on Lin Xian's courage. The pressure formed by these people joining forces was terrifying. Sure enough, in an instant, the expressions of all the King Almighties changed, and they retreated one after another. No one could withstand the pressure. In fact, they were worried that Lin Xian would be crushed in an instant. Lin Xian felt the pressure, but he snorted coldly and activated his great dragon sword soul. Buzz! A terrifying dragon's might was released, offsetting the terrifying pressure in front of him. The sound of ice and snow melting could be heard in the sky, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. Humph! Seeing this, Tung Kuin's face became even gloomier. Young Master Qianshan also had a grave look in his eyes. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. On the opposite side, a beautiful woman also stared at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. She was Yen Ruyu. Lin Xian looked at Yen Ruyu. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. Long time no see. He did not directly acknowledge the other party, but used this method. This way, if the other party was really Zhao Shui, she would definitely understand what he meant. After hearing this, Yen Ruyu smiled faintly but did not say anything. Her beautiful eyes became even more profound. Everyone around was stunned. What's going on? Does this fella know Yen Ruyu too? Oh God, how's that possible? Who exactly is this? Young Master Qianshan, the Tung family's young master, and the others also frowned. Among them, Tung Kuin even scoffed coldly. Fella, don't pretend to be mysterious. How could you know Fairy Yen? Why, are you here to die, or are you here to beg for mercy? At this point he sneered. It wasn't just him. The people around him were all looking at Lin Xian with sneers on their faces. Young Master Qianshan waved his fan and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold. He wanted to see how this kid would deal with today's situation. Brat, you are very arrogant. I originally wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. Very well. Tell me, how do you want to settle this? If you want to apologize, you have to kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Also, give me your woman to play with for 2 days. I can spare your life. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, everyone laughed. They wanted to see what the other party would do. Would he really hand over the woman obediently? When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Very well, let's do as you say. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Also, ask your mother to come over. I'll play with her for 2 days. I can spare your life. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. The faces of the Tung family's 3 young masters darkened at once. Damned brat, what did you say? The Tung family's 3rd young master roared ferociously, and a piercing killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was like a demonic sword that instantly pierced through the void. The Tung family's eldest young master and 2nd young master's faces were even gloomier. They were like raging volcanoes that would erupt at any time. The others were also shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Am I allowed to insult others? Can't I insult you? Or are you born noble and superior? I said, obediently do as I say, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You are courting death. Tung Kuin was also furious. No one had ever dared to insult him like this. Today he must kill the other party. How dare you? Presumptuous! How dare you speak to young Master Ting like this? Quickly slap him. Kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise you are dead. The few young men behind Tung Kuin sneered. Their voices were like thunder that resounded in all directions. The others also glared angrily and emitted cold killing intent. However, without exception, no one made a move. This was because this was the Moonflower Castle, and there were rules here that prohibited fighting. Even Almighties would be killed if they fought, let alone them. No one dared to break this rule. Young fella, I know you have the support of the Moonflower Castle, so you dare to be so unscrupulous. Tung Kuin said coldly, his eyes burning with anger. A layer of terrifying flames appeared on his body. So what? You can't stay here forever. As long as you dare to take a step out of here, I can guarantee that you will end up very miserably. I will torture you for the rest of your life, and you will beg for death. This is the consequence of provoking me. The Tung family's eldest young master and 3rd young master also snorted coldly. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. Why, you only dare to threaten and don't dare to make a move? Looks like you are really useless. How dare you be arrogant like this? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered in disdain. After hearing this, Tung Kuan snorted coldly. Young fella, don't play tricks. We all know the rules here. I won't give you a chance, and I won't let the Moonflower Castle make a move either. Just wait. The banquet will end soon, and your death will come. Damn it, this guy actually didn't fall for it. Xiao Ling waved her fist angrily, and at the side, Zhao Zhuo also had a solemn expression. Lin Xian sneered. Why, do you think I said those words to make you make a move and break the rules? Do you think I dared to come here because of the Moonflower Castle? Of course. If it wasn't for the Moonflower Castle, you would be a dead man by now. Do you think you can still stand? The Tung family's third young master shouted coldly, and the Tung family's eldest young master also snorted coldly. The surrounding young geniuses all sneered. Lin Xian smiled. Looks like young master by Yun's matter didn't teach you a deep enough lesson. Since that's the case, I don't mind making a move and teaching you a lesson. What? He was going to make a move. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked, and young Master Qian Sen also frowned. Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked very expectant. On the other side, Xiao Ling, Zhao Zhuo, and the others were a little worried. Although they knew that Lin Xian had a special relationship with the people of the Moonflower Castle, they were afraid that he couldn't break the rules so obviously. After all, if this rule was broken, the prestige of the Moonflower Castle would also weaken a lot in the future. The Tung family naturally also understood this logic. Therefore, they sneered in disdain. Young fella, you still dare to make a move? Who do you think you are? You think you can break the rules here just because you have a little relationship? They snorted in disdain and didn't believe it at all. The few young men behind Ting Kuan were even more arrogant. They stood out from the crowd, came in front of Lin Xian, and said arrogantly, Chapter 2307. They stood out from the crowd, came in front of Lin Xian, and said arrogantly, Come, come, come. I'm standing here. Try touching me. Tung Kuan, young Master Qianshan, and the others had cold gazes. They were also looking forward to it. As long as the other party attacked, they would have an excuse. Even the people from the Moonflower Palace had no choice but to come out and punish Lin Xian, because this was the rule, a rule that could not be broken. I've seen people run fast when snatching treasures, but this is the first time I've seen people in a hurry to die. Since you guys are in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With that said, Lin Xian waved his palm. Slap, slap, slap. A crisp slap sounded, shaking the void. The tens of millions of cultivators in the distance all heard it. In the next moment, they were shocked. They were in an uproar. Their eyes widened in disbelief, because in front of them, 3 arrogant youths were slapped and directly slapped to the ground. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had happened, and their faces were completely deformed. Their teeth were broken all over the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. What? He attacked. He really attacked. How dare he? Is he going to break the rules of the Moonflower Palace? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared ahead in disbelief. One had to know that in the past, when a peerless mighty figure attacked here, he was mercilessly killed. Although the kid in front of them had some relationship with the Moonflower Palace, in order to maintain their dignity, the Moonflower Palace absolutely did not allow anyone to attack here. In their opinion, this kid was too daring. He's dead meat. You. The 3 young geniuses were slapped to the ground, and they were very angry. They roared crazily and struggled. A terrifying light surged from their bodies. They wanted to attack. How could they endure being slapped in public? But in the next moment, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Why, you dare to attack? Then try it. Buzz. Hearing this, the 3 geniuses' attacks stopped in midair. The light on their bodies also dimmed. Indeed, they did not dare to attack. Although the other party had broken the rules, it did not mean that they could break the rules. They did not dare to offend the Moonflower Palace. Pung pung pung. Just as the three of them were hesitating, Lin Xian lifted his leg and kicked the three of them. The three of them felt as if they were struck by lightning, as if 3 mountains were pressing down on them. Countless bones in their bodies were broken, and they were sent flying. Everywhere they passed, the void shattered. Ah! 3 screams were heard as the 3 of them crashed into Liang Kuan and the others. Pung! The 3 of them were caught by countless warriors. However, they discovered that the 3 of them were severely injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. What? This brat was too arrogant. He actually dared to act so brazenly in the Moonflower Castle. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Zhao Zhiruo, and the others gasped. Young Master Qian Shan, Tung Kuan, and the others had gloomy looks in their eyes. However, at this moment, Tung Kuan sneered. Originally, I wanted to do it myself. But now, it seems that I don't need to do it. You've broken the rules here, so you'll definitely die. Liang Kuan looked at Lin Xian with a cold gaze that was as sharp as a blade. Too stupid. Young Master Qian Shan shook his head with disdain. The young geniuses behind them sneered. The eldest and 3rd young masters of the Tang family also sneered in disdain. Idiot, let's see how you'll die later. Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes flickered and were extremely deep. She looked at Lin Xian with an inexplicable aura in her eyes. Is that so? Do you think you can predict everything? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian smiled. All right, let's see if I'm the one who will be killed today, or you. As he said that, he took a step forward and grabbed at the front again. His palm transformed into a terrifying golden lion that pounced forward. Fearless lion seal. Under the effect of Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul, the great ability of the war tribe was displayed to perfection. Light flickered in the sky, and terrifying energy surged. A golden lion descended from the sky like a golden Buddha that could suppress everything. That power made even the mighty figures tremble in fear. You're courting death. Seeing this, Tung Kuan roared angrily, and his eyes were filled with anger. His opponent actually dared to attack him. He really could not tolerate it. In the end, he did not make a move and instantly disappeared on the spot. Boom! The golden lion pounced down with its claw, tearing the void apart and creating a large black crack. Nevertheless, it did not hurt Tung Kuan. However, the terrifying energy shockwave caused many martial artists behind Tung Kuan to vomit blood. Young Master Qian Shan, the eldest and 3rd young masters of the Tang family, were also affected. Buzz! They quickly defended, and a bright light screen lit up in front of them, blocking the energy shockwave. What kind of ability is that? It's too terrifying. Sensing the power of the golden lion, everyone's expression changed. Young Master Qian Shan and the eldest young master of the Tang family also had gloomy expressions. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the void, Tung Kuan's figure also appeared. Brat, you've completely angered me. Later, I'll definitely torture you to death. Torture my ass. I've long disliked you. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon also came out of the black earth. It landed beside Lin Xian, waved its dragon claws, pointed at the void above, and said ferociously, "Damn it, come over here if you dare. I'll roast you and eat you." To be honest, he was really angry. The other party is only an ordinary prodigy. How dare he be arrogant in front of me? How dare he threaten to kill me again and again? How could the dark red divine dragon tolerate that? Therefore, at this moment, he naturally had to counterattack. Humph! Where did this snake come from? How dare it be so presumptuous here? Tung Kuan's face was gloomy. Being threatened by a snake was like a slap to his face. Therefore, in the next moment, a terrifying pressure rose from his body. Although he could not attack, using his pressure to kill the other party, should not be against the rules here. Boom! 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 The invisible pressure enveloped the dark red divine dragon. Even an ordinary mighty figure would not be able to withstand it. However, the dark red divine dragon sneered in disdain. He was a dragon, and the pressure of a dragon was even more terrifying than that of a peerless mighty figure. How dare he compete with me in terms of pressure? What an idiot! Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly, and his body also emitted a terrifying dragon pressure. Boom! 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 The other party's pressure instantly shattered. Not only that, the terrifying dragon pressure directly surged towards Tung Kuan. Tung Kuan left his original spot and appeared in another direction. However, his complexion turned incomparably ugly. How dare you attack me? Tung Kuan gritted his teeth. Since when did a snake dare to be rude to me? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. So what if I attack you? I still want to test you. Besides, you're the fucking snake. I'm a dragon. Do you know? Dragon. Hearing this, everyone frowned. They were extremely puzzled because the pressure that the other party emitted earlier was too terrifying. Chapter 2308. However, they did not think that the other party was a real dragon. After all, no one had seen a real dragon. In their opinion, the other party might be a horned dragons that had the bloodline of dragons or some other rare species. But even so, it was still shocking enough. Tung Kuan's face was also gloomy. He sneered. A horned dragon? All right, I'll roast you and have a taste of what a horned dragon tastes like. What, you want to eat me? The dark red divine dragon was furious. I'll spit all over your face. As it said that, it opened its mouth and spat in front of it. The saliva that filled the sky turned into a Milky Way and swept forward. It was terrifying as it covered the entire sky. Puff! Tung Kuan did not have anywhere to flash this time, so he was sprayed all over his face and clothes. The saliva was extremely smelly and had a very strange smell. Tung Kuan's face immediately darkened like the bottom of a pot. Below, Shaoling and the others laughed because the scene was too comical. Many people in the crowd could not help but laugh. However, soon they could not laugh anymore. This was because Tung Kuan's body was emitting an incomparably terrifying killing intent that pierced through the void like a god of death. Black holes appeared in the sky, one after another. It was terrifying, as if the world was about to be destroyed. This aura made the scalps of tens of millions of martial artists go numb. Damn reptile, you're courting death. Tung Kuan was furious. Why, you're not convinced? You're unhappy? Go ahead. I'll slap you to death with one slap. The dark red divine dragon was very arrogant, like an old monster that had no scruples. Humph. Lin Xian also sneered. Great, there are some things that I can't say, so I can let the dark red divine dragon do it. This time, I'll probably be angered to death. Look at how skinny you are. You probably won't have much meat even if I beat you up. How about this? You'll be my pet. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws. Be my human pet and serve me well. If you serve me well, I can teach you one or two great abilities of dragons. Puff! Hearing this, Tung Kuan was so angry that he vomited blood. Not only him, but the eldest and third young masters of the Tung family were also furious. The third young master was relatively young, only 18 or 19 years old. He was young and full of vigor. So how could he endure such humiliation? Therefore, in the next moment, he roared, "Damn it, I'll definitely kill you!" He really couldn't hold it in anymore. Wang. The energy in his body suddenly erupted like a volcano, sweeping out in all directions. The entire sky was like a piece of cloth, rustling as cracks appeared in countless places. As soon as this terrifying aura appeared, everyone's expression changed. That was because this power had actually reached the Almighty Realm. This was simply too shocking. It was worth noting that the Tung family's third young master was only 18 or 19 years old. Despite being so young, he could unleash the power of an almighty being. It was indeed shocking. He could be said to be a young genius. Not good. However, the expressions of Tung Kuan, young Master Qianshan, and the others changed. Although the Tung family's third young master was formidable, he might not be able to resist his opponent. They wanted to save him. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Another resplendent slap rang out between the heavens and the earth. Then a figure was sent flying, smashing through the void. At this moment, everyone was drooling. This was because the domineering and peerless, God-favored third young master of the Tung family was sent flying backward, and his teeth were broken all over the ground. His entire face was deformed. His body floated into the distance like a kite with a broken string. On the other hand, Lin Xian slowly put down his hand with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Shocked, extremely shocked. At this moment, the tens of millions of martial artists seemed to have been petrified. They realized that Lin Xian was too valiant. His speed and power were so fast that they could not capture him at all. Even many of the older generation figures were extremely shocked. On the other hand, the Tung family's eldest young master and Tung Kuan roared angrily. Their bodies swayed, and they instantly appeared in the distance. They helped the third young master up. Third young master's entire face was deformed, and his teeth were all broken. Blood dyed his clothes red. Ah! The third young master roared angrily, and his body emitted a dazzling light. Next, his deformed face returned to normal, and the teeth that had fallen out grew out again. "I'll kill you! I'll definitely kill you!" The third young master roared crazily, like a wild beast. He had never suffered such a loss before. He was sent flying with a single slap in front of so many people. If he did not take revenge, how could he live in the future? Third younger brother, don't be impulsive. The Tung family's eldest young master held the third young master down. It was very disadvantageous for them to make a move in this situation. They had to endure it. Everything would be easy once they left the Moonflower Castle. Big brother, second brother, don't worry about me. I'll definitely kill him. At this moment, the Tung family's third young master had a crazed look on his face. His eyes were red, and boundless flames appeared on his body, burning fiercely. At this moment, he was like a wild dog. "Brat, you forced me to do this. Today, I'll definitely kill you." The Tung family's third young master quickly formed a seal with his hands. Dense, blood-red, veined patterns appeared on his body, and a violent power instantly surged out. As soon as this power was released, the surrounding space instantly shattered. It could not withstand it at all. So powerful! His strength had doubled. This must be the Tung family's secret technique. Everyone was shocked. This secret technique is too powerful. Sure enough, under this energy shock wave, everyone's faces turned pale, and they frantically retreated. In fact, there was even a vacuum in the field. In the field, Lin Xian and the others were the only ones who stood calmly. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were peerless, God-favored ones, so they were not afraid of the terrifying energy shock wave at all. Their bodies emitted a misty light screen, which blocked all the shock waves. Whoosh! "Brat, I'll kill you." The Tung family's third young master roared furiously. He stomped his foot and broke the void as he charged over. He was as fast as lightning. He even pulled out a blood-red longsword. As soon as the sword was drawn, a sea of blood spread in the surroundings. Countless vengeful spirits appeared in the space as if they had turned into hell. The evil blood sword. This was a top-notch treasure sword. It was the Tung family's famous treasure sword. They did not expect it to be in the hands of the Tung family's third young master. Many people exclaimed. It was obvious that they had also heard of this sword's reputation. When the long sword was swung, a blood-red sword chi appeared in the sky and slashed downward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz! Upon seeing this, Lin Xian scoffed. He swayed his feet and disappeared on the spot. Whoosh! He appeared in the void above the Tang family's third young master. What? So fast! The Tang family's third young master's scalp went numb. He did not expect his opponent to be faster than before. He could not believe it. After all, now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had doubled, and his speed had doubled as well. Even so, he could not keep up with his opponent's speed. Chapter 2309. Ah! Soon he screamed in agony. This was because a foot had stepped on his back. The force directly broke his entire back. Countless muscles collapsed, and his bones were broken. Blood spurted out, and a huge force hit his body. Damn it! Block it! After the Tang family's third young master was enraged, a set of fiery red armor instantly appeared on his body. At the same time, countless red flames burned on the armor and turned into fire dragons that wrapped around Lin Xian, trying to burn him. Boom! However, everything was useless. The Tang family's third young master screamed in agony. The armor on his body shattered, and the sea of fire in the sky disappeared. Under this foot, he was like an ant without any ability to resist. Boom! He landed on the ground, and there was a shocking vibration. Countless runes lit up on the ground, forming a terrifying defensive formation. Otherwise, this attack could definitely penetrate the ground and create a 10,000-meter deep abyss. Ah! The Tang family's third young master screamed crazily. The foot was still on his body, making him unable to move at all. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all impacted. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and dumbstruck. The Tang family's eldest young master and Tang Kun roared, "Damn it! Let go of my third younger brother!" They were both shocked and furious. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could instantly injure their third younger brother. The other party actually dared to be so heavy-handed. This was unbearable for them. You want to save him? Sure. Kneel down and count out to me 10 times, and I'll spare his life. You're courting death. The eldest young master and Tang Kuin's faces darkened. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. You only have 1 chance. Since you missed it, don't blame me. As he spoke, he exerted force with his foot, and an unparalleled force surged out, instantly crushing the Tang family's third young master's body. Boom! Countless blood mists filled the air and sprayed in all directions. The ground was instantly dyed red, and all the King Almighties in the surroundings were stunned. They could not believe it. What did this fella do? He actually killed the Tang family's third young master. Oh God! Is he not afraid of the Tang family's revenge? Everyone went crazy. Because this scene was too shocking, they didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that fighting was not allowed in the Moonflower Palace. Lin Xian actually dared to fight here without any scruples. More importantly, he killed the Tang family's third young master. The Tang family was an invincible king clan. It was extremely terrifying. The third young master of the Tang clan had a noble status, and almost no one dared to provoke them. In the past, a few top-notch mighty figures had set their eyes on the Tang family's third young master's treasure and wanted to secretly snatch it, but they were directly killed by the Tang family's peerless powerhouses. Not only that, but they also directly destroyed the sects of these 3 top almighties, causing a huge commotion. At that time, this matter caused a stir in the Nine Li dynasty. Everyone knew about it. Therefore, from then on, almost nobody dared to offend the Tang family. Now, someone actually killed someone from the Tang family. He even killed the Tang family's third young master. Wasn't this poking a hole in the sky? They dared not imagine how the Tang family would react once they found out about this. Most importantly, the other 2 young masters of the Tang family were also present. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. The Tang family's eldest young master and Tang Kun were furious. They roared crazily. Young Master Chen Shan and the others were also stunned. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to make a move. Boom! The Tang family's eldest young master roared, and his body emitted a terrifying light. His eyes pierced through the void and fixed on Lin Xian. In the next moment, a blue long saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Boom! On the other side, multicolored light filled the sky, and Tung Kuin's black hair danced wildly like a demon god. A black long spear appeared in his hand, and he directly stabbed forward. The sky instantly shattered. The two young geniuses of the Tung family finally could not hold it in anymore. They finally made a move. Boom, boom, boom. The void was instantly shattered, and terrifying energy instantly engulfed Lin Xian. The tens of millions of martial artists in the surroundings retreated frantically. They did not dare to imagine that someone would dare to ignore the rules of the Moonflower Castle and make a move here. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the Moonflower Castle did not stop them this time. What are they trying to do? Could it be because of Lin Xian? These people did not know that their attention had long been attracted by the battle in front of them. Looking at the two terrifying attacks, the faces of Xiaolinger, Zhao Zhirua, and the others changed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered. Buzz! He directly pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and slashed forward. Boom! In the sky, a sword light directly slashed out. Clang! In the next moment, the green long saber was broken into two. Not only that, but the eldest young master of the Tung family also vomited blood and retreated with a face full of shock. Buzz! The ancient Dragon Abyss sword was swung again and collided with the black long spear. The sound of metal colliding was like thunder that spread in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. Tung Kuin's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a huge force coming from the long spear. It shook his arm until it went numb, and the qi and blood in his body surged. Damn it! How can the opponent be so strong? He roared and wanted to counterattack again. However, something happened that shocked him. His black long spear, a top-grade treasure weapon, was instantly broken into two. Boom! The terrifying force blasted on his body, and he kept vomiting blood. What? Everyone was stunned. In an instant, two top-grade treasures were broken, and two young geniuses were injured. Oh God! What kind of strength is this? They could not believe it. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and felt their scalps go numb. Even young Master Qian Shan's face became gloomy. Yen Ruyu's lips curled into a beautiful smile that was full of mystery. Damn, brat, you're going too far. The eldest young master of the Tung family and Tung Kuin roared crazily. They stopped in their tracks, looking extremely disheveled. Nevertheless, they looked at each other and attacked again. This time, they took out two high-grade treasures. Not only that, but they also unleashed the power in their bodies to the extreme. Their bodies emitted a biting cold light like a sun. Boom! The eldest young master of the Tung family had a huge golden cauldron above his head. Thousands of golden auras hung down and imprisoned the entire sky. The golden cauldron was like an immemorial divine mountain that pressed down fiercely. The void shattered in an instant, and terrifying cracks spread toward Lin Xian. On the other side, Tung Kuin pulled out a long sword. The sword qi danced and formed divine rings that shone in the air. Humph! Chapter 2310. When he swung his sword, heaven and earth trembled. Everyone in the main hall was terrified. They realized that their bodies were stiff, and the blood and power in their bodies seemed to be frozen. Moreover, the dazzling sword light in the sky made their bodies hurt as if they were being split apart. Boom! The ancient sword swept out and split the golden cauldron in half. The green long sword was also broken into pieces. The Tung family's eldest young master and Tung Kuin vomited blood and were sent flying again. However, this time, Lin Xian did not let them go. He swayed his body and arrived in front of them in an instant like a fiend god. At the same time, he slapped with his palm. With a crack, the Tung family's eldest young master was enveloped by the palm. Ah! The Tung family's eldest young master roared crazily, and a terrifying light surged from his body. A golden armor appeared. On top of that, a pagoda rushed out from his body and protected him. Boom! Even so, it did not seem to be of much use. The pagoda's illusory image was smashed into pieces, and the armor on his body was also broken. Nevertheless, he took this opportunity to move his body horizontally. The terrifying palm wind swept across half of his body, causing his arm to be directly broken. Boom! The Tung family's eldest young master crashed into a pillar in the distance, causing the void to shake. Then he fell to the ground and vomited blood. On the other side, Lin Xian swept out his right leg like a coiling dragon and aimed for Tung Kuan. Damn it, get lost! Tung Kuan threw away the broken sword in his hand and shouted as he punched with both fists. His terrifying fists were like mountains as they emitted a dazzling light. Boom! Next, he collided with the coiling dragon leg. With a bang, heaven and earth trembled. Tung Kuan screamed in pain as his arms were broken and he was sent flying. In an instant, the two of them were severely injured. They trembled, and their hair was disheveled. Everyone around them was stunned. None of the tens of millions of martial artists said a word. The scene was silent. Even the young masters and peerless geniuses from the major clans gasped. Is he really just a young man? Why do I feel that the gap between us is so huge? We, the geniuses, are like ants in his hands that can be easily crushed. I'm afraid that even the princes and saints of the sacred grounds can't do this. What? Do you still want revenge? Lin Xian looked into the distance with a hint of disdain. The Tung family's eldest young master and Tung Kuan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were about to explode. But this time, they didn't dare to make a move. The other party was too strange. His strength far surpassed theirs, especially the treasured sword in his hand, which was incomparably sharp. Even a top-grade treasure artifact could be split apart. They truly did not have the confidence to continue fighting with him. He was terrified. The young master of the Tung family was terrified. No one dared to believe it. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it, even if they were beaten to death. What a piece of trash! Seeing that the two of them did not dare to fight, Lin Xian snorted in disdain. Then he looked around. Soon he spotted young Master Qianshan and the others. There were about a dozen of them, all of whom were young geniuses. They were all in cahoots with the Tung family. Previously, when Lin Xian had come over, these people had mocked him and even threatened him. Now, it was time to return the favor. Lin Xian stared at the three young men. The three of you were very arrogant before. Didn't you say that you wanted me to kneel and accept my death? Now say that again. Lin Xian looked ahead. The three young men trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. What's wrong? You don't dare to say it now? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. But do you think I let you go just because you don't dare to say it? Now do as you said. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up like those good-for-nothings from the Tung family. Lin Xian's cold voice spread in all directions. Everyone's scalps went numb when they heard it. In the distance, the Tung family's eldest young master and Tung Kuan, who were struggling to stand up, spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were so angry that they almost fainted. The three young men who were being stared at turned pale. They regretted it very much. Why did they have to speak so arrogantly and stand up for themselves? Now that they were targeted by this devil, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. However, it was impossible for them to kneel in public. They could not afford to lose face, and neither could their clans. Among them, one of the young men gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn brat, don't be too arrogant. You're strong, but don't forget that we're all young masters from big clans. Do you think you can fight against our clans?" That's right. The young man next to him also roared, "If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll be dead when our clans arrive. Using our clans to threaten me? Do you think I'll be afraid?" Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Then his body swayed, and he instantly arrived in front of the three young men. He raised his palm, which turned into the hand of a green dragon, and slapped down fiercely. Bang! 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 The palm evolved in the sky and instantly enveloped the three young men. In an instant, a terrifying force slapped the three young men's faces, and they fell to the ground. Bang! A light flashed, and a terrifying airflow swept in all directions, causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat frantically. On the other hand, the three young men fell to the ground and kept twitching. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The first young man stood up from the back, and a bright light erupted from his body. Damn it, you've gone too far. The second young man also had a ferocious face. His eyes were bloodshot like a wild beast, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Everyone, join forces and kill him. I don't believe that he can fight against all of us alone. The third young man roared angrily. He wanted to call for everyone to attack together and kill the powerful enemy in front of him. All right, let's see who dares to attack. Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. Countless sword qi surrounded him, making him look like a god of death. However, there were still people who could not help but want to attack. In particular, the eldest young master of the Tang family and Tang Kuan at the back were secretly surging, ready to attack at any time. A chaotic battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, young master Qianshan shouted coldly, "Stop!" Everyone stop. Seeing young master Qianshan appear, those people stopped and looked over. Young master Qianshan said, "Everyone, please don't be impulsive. The rules of the Moonflower Castle are not so easy to break. Besides, there's no need for us to take this risk and show off for a while. Once we leave this place, everything will be different." There was a hint of reminder in his words. Therefore, after the surrounding geniuses heard this, they nodded slightly. Indeed, the devil in front of them was very terrifying. If they made a move, they might be killed. After all, the Tang family's third young master was killed by the other party, and the other party had no scruples. If they were killed, they would probably die in vain. If they left this place, they could gather the powerhouses of their clans. If it really did not work, they could also make a move without restraint. Chapter 23:11. Therefore, these people did not take action. Lin Xian frowned and looked at young Master Qianshan. This guy is quite sinister. He wants to unite all the clans and attack me after the banquet? If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. However, before Tang Qingshan made a move, young Master Qianshan spoke again. This time he looked at Tang Qingshan. "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the illusionary Flower Palace's support. Every single person here was a young master of a large family, a young genius. You can't afford to offend them, especially the three geniuses of the Tang clan. How dare you kill one of them? Do you know that you have committed a heinous crime?" "A heinous crime? Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. "So what? Are you going to punish me?" Lin Xian looked at young Master Qianshan. His eyes were like two divine swords that could pierce through everything. Young Master Qianshan felt a great pressure when he felt Tang Qingshan's gaze. It was as if his body was going to be penetrated. Humph! He snorted, and a terrifying power rose in his body to resist the gaze. He could not be afraid in front of so many people, let alone lose face. Of course, he could not attack Tang Qingshan. Therefore, he said loudly in the next moment, "I must punish you, but I don't have to do it. Tang Jia's experts will take you away after you leave the illusionary Flower Palace." "Is that so? After talking for so long, you still don't dare to attack? You're just a piece of trash. What's the difference between you and them?" "Oh, right, you're a more sinister piece of trash." Lin Xian sneered and said provocatively, "Since you don't dare to attack, then get lost. Don't block my way." "What?" Everyone went crazy, not daring to believe their own ears. What did they see? What did they hear? The young man in front of them was scolding young Master Qianshan and asking him to get lost. Heavens, they were not dreaming, were they? For a moment, everyone went crazy. Young Master Qianshan's face darkened and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Tin Qingshan dared to scold him and ask him to get lost. This filled his heart with killing intent. If it wasn't for the rules of the Moonflower Castle, he dared to guarantee that the other party would already be a dead man. What kind of look is that? How dare you release your killing intent towards me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His figure flickered and appeared in front of them in an instant. The azure dragon palm in his hand smashed down once more. This palm strike was too fast and too sudden. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would dare to make a move on young Master Qianshan. This was Qianshan City. Young Master Qianshan was even more shocked. There was actually someone who dared to attack him in Qianshan City? Wasn't this purely courting death? Therefore, for a moment, he was also stunned. Boom! The azure dragon hand shone like the sun and the moon. It crushed the void and enveloped young Master Qianshan. Sensing this terrifying aura, young Master Qianshan finally regained his senses. In the next moment, he retreated rapidly. At the same time, countless rays of light rushed out of his body in an attempt to resist. However, he was only resisting in a hurry, while Lin Xian was prepared. This azure dragon palm contained the power of the great dragon sword soul, which was extremely terrifying. In a hurry, young Master Qianshan could not block it at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the light curtain that he held up shattered, and the azure dragon palm slapped his face. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap was heard. Blood splattered in the air, and young Master Qianshan's body kept flying backward. Everyone was stunned. The gazes of tens of millions of martial artists followed young Master Qianshan's body into the distance. Then, with a bang, young Master Qianshan fell to the ground. Ah, damn kid! Young Master Qianshan stood up and roared crazily. His body was filled with a terrifying aura, like tens of thousands of sword lights that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His cold eyes were filled with biting, cold-killing intent. His eyes were red, and the temperature of the entire space instantly dropped as if they had returned to the world of ice. He was crazy. He was really crazy. He did not expect that someone would dare to attack him. Moreover, it was to slap his face. Was he courting death? He was young Master Qianshan, and this was Qianshan City. As long as he gave the order, countless experts would rush over. Who dared to be rude to him? In Qianshan City, he was the king. No matter how strong the enemy was, they had to lie down. But now, the young man in front of him was so arrogant. Not only did he confront him in public, but he even slapped him in the face. He could not stand it. Humph! However, Lin Xian did not seem to want to let him go. After the successful attack, his body swayed, and he appeared in front of young Master Qianshan again. The azure dragon palm in his hand slapped down mercilessly. The azure dragon palm shone with divine light like a dragon's head, and it let out a piercing roar. It shattered the entire void. The blood of tens of millions of martial artists boiled, and some of them could not help but want to kneel down. There was nothing he could do about it. This palm strike was simply too terrifying. Damn it! Young Master Qianshan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that Sumo would dare to attack again. Moreover, Sumo's speed was far beyond his imagination. He roared and resisted with all his strength because he could not afford to be slapped in the face again. Otherwise, he would not be able to establish himself in Qianshan City in the future. Buzz! Young Master Qianshan opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. It instantly enlarged in the air like a mountain, blocking in front of him to block Sumo's attack. Boom! The azure dragon palm slapped the red bead, and a dazzling light burst out. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The King Almighties in the surroundings screamed. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Their faces were pale. That attack was too terrifying. It was far beyond everyone's imagination. Crack, crack, crack. However, to everyone's horror, the red bead in front of them was covered with countless cracks. Then it collapsed and turned into pieces. The azure dragon hand, carrying boundless sword chi, fiercely slapped down. Smack! The palm slapped young master Qianshan's face again, causing his face to be completely deformed. Puff! Young master Qianshan's teeth were broken, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. This time, he crashed into a pillar on the left, causing heaven and earth to shake. The terrifying void was shattered. Ah, damn brat. I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Young master Qianshan roared crazily. Endless light burst out from his body, causing his deformed face to return to its original state. His teeth also grew out. At his level, as long as his soul was not destroyed or his body was seriously injured, he could recover. However, even though his body had recovered, he still couldn't accept being slapped in the face in front of everyone. Not only did Suemo slap his face, but he did it twice. Chapter 23:12. Not only did the other party hit his face, but he did it twice. This made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He swore that he would kill the other party, to relieve the hatred in his heart. Today, I will completely offend the Moonflower Palace. I will cut you down with my blade. Young Master Qianshan was really angry. He didn't hesitate to break the rules and attack. If the Moonflower Palace wanted to blame him, he would use the power of the city, Lord Mansion, to fight against them. If he couldn't win, then he would fight to the death. But today he had to take revenge. In the field, the ones who were still calm were Yenryu and Morong Qingcheng. These two stunning beauties had faint smiles on their faces. They were very calm. Zhao, Zhirua, and Xiaoling are at the side opened their eyes wide and their cherry lips were really big. They were really stunned. Xiao Kuang's face was also full of shock. To be honest, he usually thought that he was very arrogant and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now he found that compared to Lin Xian, his arrogance was too gentle. At least he didn't dare to break the rules of the Moonflower Palace, and he didn't dare to become enemies with so many young geniuses of the big clans. Among them, there were top geniuses like young Master Qiansan from the Tang family. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, was he going to become enemies with the entire Qianshan domain? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Xian made his move again. The azure dragon palm kept attacking, turning into countless palm shadows in the sky, completely covering young Master Qiansan. At the same time, he sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get out of my way." The cold voice sounded, making everyone's scalp tingle. Arrogant, he was really too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant person. This was defying the heavens. Ah! Young Master Qianshan roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering. At the same time, he waved his fist, forming a terrifying fist shadow. It collided with the azure dragon palm that filled the sky. In an instant, the void shattered and countless cracks appeared. Violent energy swept in all directions. Thunder Snake Blade on young Master Qianshan's body. Terrifying thunder armor formed. Otherwise, it would form a terrifying domain around him. A snake-shaped blade appeared in the void, and he grabbed it. Crack! Thunder and lightning exploded all over the sky, covering the entire sky. Boom! As the saber slashed down, 10,000 lightning bolts descended. The violent power made everyone hold their breaths. This was young Master Qiansan, who was very powerful. Even though the other party was young, he had already attained the strength of a top mighty being. It could be said that many of the older generation felt ashamed of their inferiority. Sure enough, when this saber slashed down, many martial artists were directly blasted to the ground by the shocking thunder, their bodies twitching. Humph! You want to fight me with just you alone? He really overestimated himself. Lin Xian coldly snorted, waving the ancient dragon sword to attack again. The huge sword Qi turned into a true dragon in the sky and slashed down. It directly tore apart the sea of thunder that filled the sky. Clang! The thunder snake saber and the ancient dragon abyss sword clashed together, emitting the sound of metal colliding. However, in an instant, the thunder snake saber trembled and shattered. What? How could this be? Young Master Qianshan was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. His thunder snake blade was extremely terrifying, but at this moment it had actually shattered. How was this possible? What kind of sword was that in his hand? Damn it! He roared again, and the endless sea of thunder rolled, once again forming a terrifying thunder snake saber. However, it was useless. Lin Xian used the Wanton Sky Destroyer sword, and the terrifying sword Qi ruthlessly descended. In the sky, countless sword Qi descended, directly tearing apart the sea of thunder and extinguishing all the aura. The thunder snake wild saber instantly collapsed. Poof! Young Master Qianshan's king's domain was also suppressed, and countless cracks appeared. In fact, even the thunder battle armor on his body was rapidly dispelled. In an instant, countless sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. Ah, damn it! How could this be? I don't believe it. Young Master Qianshan roared crazily, his eyes filled with shock. He was a young genius. At such a young age, he already had the combat strength of a top mighty being. Other than those princes and saints, no one could suppress him. But now he was actually beaten to the point that he could not fight back, and he was even injured. This was unacceptable to him. However, in the next moment, he roared crazily, "Damn kid, this is between you and me. I'll definitely kill you." As he spoke, the aura on his body also changed. It was no longer a sea of thunder that filled the sky, but yin and yang qi. One black and one white qi surrounded his body. One of his eyes turned black, while the other turned white. It was an extremely strange sight. A terrifying and mysterious power appeared on his body. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It's so strange. The people around him screamed. The yin-yang technique was the cultivation technique of the yin-yang sect. That's right. Young Master Qianshan was not only the young master of the city lord's mansion, but he was also a prodigy of the yin-yang sect. The yin-yang sect was an unparalleled sect. It was extremely terrifying. The yin-yang qi cultivated in the sect had a mysterious connection with heaven and earth. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. It seemed that young Master Qianshan was really angry. Otherwise, he would not have used the yin-yang qi. It's over. That kid is dead meat. No one can withstand the yin-yang technique. The yin-yang sect? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Naturally, he knew that in the middle ground, other than the 9 imperial dynasties, there were also unparalleled sections. The yin-yang sect was one of them. Its strength and status were equivalent to the sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, he knew that the yin-yang sect was not an ordinary, unparalleled sect. It was an extremely terrifying one. That was because the yin-yang qi was the origin energy of heaven and earth. One could imagine how confident and terrifying the yin-yang sect was to cultivate that cultivation technique. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. In fact, he was looking forward to it. That was because he had never fought with anyone from the yin-yang sect. Let me see what's so special about the legendary yin-yang sect. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked again. You'll see. Not only that, but you'll also kneel at my feet. I'll make you beg for death. Young Master Qianshan roared angrily, and the yin-yang qi on his body became even more terrifying. At that moment, he looked extremely strange. Half of his body was extremely pale, while the other half was as black as ink. The yin-yang saber. With a furious roar, the black and white qi on young Master Qianshan's body surged out and formed two long sabers in front of him. One was as white as snow, while the other was as black as ink. They were the Yin saber and the Yang saber. Kill! With the Yin Yang saber in his hand, young Master Qian Shan turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning and charged forward. That was the Yin Yang sect's grand theurgy. It was extremely terrifying. The Yin Yang Qi surged toward him, and the terrifying saber light cut through the entire space. At that moment, young Master Qian Shan was like the god of death from hell. He was unstoppable. Be careful, kid. The dark red divine dragon reminded him. Lin Xian nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he sensed the sharp saber light in front of him. Chapter 23:13. The white saber should be the Yang saber, which could absorb the vitality in his body. The black saber should be the Yin saber, which could increase the death aura in his body. One could deprive vitality, and the other could increase the death aura. When used together, they could kill the enemy quickly. As expected of a peerless sect, their divine powers were indeed magical. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he swung the ancient dragon abyss sword again, and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword flew out quickly. In the sky, the chaotic sword aura and the terrifying yin-yang saber collided, making an earth-shattering sound. The entire space was filled with incomparable light. Stop struggling. It's useless. You can't withstand my yin-yang saber. Young Master Qian San sneered and charged at him like a demon. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian sneered and swung the ancient dragon abyss sword. The divine powers of the yin-yang sect were indeed powerful. If his opponent was a peerless mighty figure, Lin Xian would have to put in a lot of effort. However, his opponent was just an ordinary mighty figure. In that case, he could not pose a threat to him at all. As expected, when the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, the pair of yin-yang sabers in front of him instantly collapsed. They turned into countless yin-yang qi and scattered around. What? How was that possible? Young Master Qian San was in disbelief. That was his most powerful divine powers, the terrifying divine powers of the yin-yang sect. His opponent destroyed it with a single slash. He was going crazy. Damn it. Go to hell. Yin-yang life and death curse. Young Master Qian Shan shouted angrily and formed a seal with his hands. Buzz. The black and white aura on his body spun quickly, forming runes that flickered in the air. That was also a terrifying divine powers of the yin-yang sect. Once touched, all vitality would be destroyed immediately. There was no way to escape. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz. In the face of the powerful divine powers, Lin Xian did not do anything else. He continued to fight with his sword. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword flew out quickly. Demon seal. Terrifying sword aura surrounded it as if it could seal everything. It collided with the life and death runes that filled the sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with light. The runes danced like waves. The tens of millions of martial artists in the surroundings exclaimed. Both of them were peerless geniuses. They were using divine powers. Unfortunately, in terms of combat strength, young Master Qian San was too weak. Therefore, in an instant, the yin-yang life and death curse shattered. Is this the power of the yin-yang sect? That was all there was to it. Lin Xian sneered, not wanting to waste any more time with the other party. Battle song. A terrifying sword qi slashed forward. In an instant, young Master Qian San was enveloped. After young Master Qian Shan was enraged, the yin and yang qi on his body vibrated rapidly, forming a yin-yang diagram to protect him. Boom! Boom! An intense collision sounded as the yin-yang diagram resisted the terrifying sword qi. But soon, countless cracks appeared on the yin-yang image before it split apart again. Young Master Qian Shan spat out blood and was sent flying. Damn it, impossible! This was impossible. Qian Shan didn't believe it at all. He was using the great divine abilities of the Yin Yang sect. They were absolutely terrifying. However, he was unable to block his opponent's attack. This made him feel a sense of despair. Who was the other party? Could it be that he was really the holy son of some sect? Otherwise, it would not be so terrifying. The surrounding crowd was stunned. What? Even young Master Qianshan was defeated? Firmament? In that case, who else would be able to stop him? They dared not imagine. Lin Xian held the ancient sword and walked forward. Young Master Qianshan's eyelids twitched when he saw this. At this moment, two middle-aged men rushed out from the crowd. Kid, go to hell. These two were the elites of the city governor's mansion who were responsible for the safety of young Master Qianshan. Usually they would not come out, but now that young Master Qianshan was threatened, they could not help but take action. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in a yellow robe on the left waved his hand, and a sharp light flashed. It was a flying sword. It was only the size of a palm, but it was extremely sharp. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter quickly. Nothing could stop it. It was a terrifying treasure. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body swayed and instantly disappeared on the spot. The flying sword only hit his afterimage. However, the flying sword was very intelligent. After missing its target, it drew an arc in the air and attacked Lin Xian again. It was useless. It was the spirit-guiding sword. It would not stop until one of them died. Go to hell, brat. The middle-aged man in a yellow robe sneered. Fight to the death? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian snorted, looking at the flying sword again. He did not dodge and directly swung his sword. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the ancient dragon abyss sword struck the flying sword. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the flying sword. Then it collapsed and turned into countless fragments. What? How could this be? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Bang! In the next moment, he was sent flying by the azure dragon palm. He spat out blood and crashed into the distance. Damn it! The other middle-aged man in a red robe also roared. He held the Fangtian halberd in his hand and looked very heroic. When the attack landed, it was as if dark clouds were pressing down on the 9 heavens. The terrifying power sent chills down everyone's spines. Buzz! Lin Xian stretched out his palm. Black flames burned fiercely, forming a black flame palm that directly grabbed the Fangtian halberd. Then he shook it forcefully. Boom! The middle-aged man in a red robe was sent flying. His arms were directly broken. Horror! Infinite horror! The young man in front of them was too powerful. They could not contend with him at all. In front of them, Lin Xian held the Fangtian halberd and swung it forcefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Fangtian halberd dodged and flew directly toward young Master Qiansan. No! The two middle-aged men screamed. Young Master Qiansan was also terrified. He gritted his teeth and once again condensed the yin-yang qi in his body to form a yin-yang bell that enveloped him. Clang! The yin-yang bell shattered, but it blocked the Fangtian halberd. However, the powerful impact still landed on his body. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. His entire body was sent flying again. For a moment, the scene was incomparably silent. The eldest young master of the Tang family, the second young master, and young Master Qianshan were all seriously injured. The other young geniuses, they were also affected. However, Lin Xian did not stop. He turned his head again and stared at the group of people who had gone against him previously. You and you. Get over here and die. Those who were stared at by Lin Xian trembled. A few of them looked uglier than crying, while the others gritted their teeth and roared. Damn it, I'm from the Wang family. I'm from the 6th king's residence. If you dare to touch me, you're dead meat. Angry roars were heard one after another. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully when he heard that. He slapped them. Uffed! Those young men in white spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were badly mutilated. So what if you're from the sixth king's residence? Even if the sixth king comes in person, I'll still kill him if he dares to provoke me. Everyone was about to go crazy when they heard that. Who is this person? How dare he look down on the sixth king? Chapter 23:14. Bang, bang, bang. Next, all the young geniuses who went against him were sent flying by Lin Xian. Every one of them was seriously injured. Many of their bones were broken, and their internal organs were also severely injured. The remaining tens of millions of martial artists' minds were blank. They knew that this matter was definitely serious. If news of this spread, it would probably shock the entire Nine Li dynasty. Moreover, it was probably not over yet. These were the young masters of the big clans. Now that they were injured, how could the clans behind them let it go? Sure enough, these people had already begun to secretly contact the forces of their clans. Especially the Tung clan. Young Master Qianshan was gnashing his teeth. Young Master Qianshan had already used a secret method to contact the powerhouses of the city, Lord's Mansion, and rushed over. The two young masters of the Tung clan also contacted the powerhouses of their clans nearby. As long as the other party left the Moonflower Palace, they promised to kill him in an instant. Seeing that the people who went against him had already been beaten down, Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked around again. Then he stared at Yan Ryu. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Is this guy going to attack Yan Ryu? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yan Ryu's expression did not change at all. Don't you think that we've met before? Lin Xian spoke again. He really wanted to know if the other party was Zhao Shui or not. The corners of the mouths of the surrounding people twitched. Damn, is this guy trying to worm his way into being friends with Yan Ryu? But this method is too old-fashioned. Sure enough, Yan Ryu's gaze changed after hearing this, but soon it calmed down again. It was like a stone that sank into the sea, and only a few ripples were created. But soon it disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He had a feeling that the other party was Zhao Shui. But why didn't the other party acknowledge him? Could it be that there was a reason? He did not know, but he definitely wanted to find out. Therefore, Lin Xian walked forward. Buzz! However, just as he took 2 steps, 2 figures rushed out beside Yan Ryu. They were 2 young men. Their appearances were not impressive, and they did not emit any powerful auras. Previously, Lin Xian did not care at all. However, now that they had rushed out, it seemed like they were here to protect Yan Ryu. Lin Xian did not mind. He used the Azure Dragon Palm and slapped forward. Bang bang! 2 low voices sounded like muffled thunder. However, this time, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. This was because the 2 of them were not sent flying like the previous geniuses. Instead, they were fighting against each other. Although the 2 of them were trembling and their expressions changed, they still managed to resist the Azure Dragon Palm. This greatly surprised Lin Xian. It seemed that these 2 people were even more terrifying than the previous Skype rides. However, these 2 people had concealed themselves too deeply. If he had not asked Yan Ryu, these 2 people probably would not have stood up. Where did he come from? How could he be so strong? The 2 young men were even more shocked, and fear appeared on their faces. They finally understood why the other party was able to send so many Skype rides flying. This power was too terrifying. If it were not for their strong physiques, they would have been sent flying long ago. Even so, the qi and blood in their bodies were churning, and their bones were trembling. In the next moment, the 2 of them roared angrily, and an unparalleled domineering aura surged out of their bodies. They finally suppressed the trembling. Buzz! The 2 of them were like an iron wall, blocking Lin Xian's path. Kid, these 2 are not humans. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon said, I can sense a demonic aura from their bodies. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise. If they're not humans, could they be demons? Thinking of this, a dark golden light appeared in his eyes. Then he looked forward. His pupils constricted because he could see the two people in front of him clearly with the heavenly secret god eyes. As expected, they're not humans. They were draped in human skin, and under the human skin there were many scales. They're demons. One is a demon wolf, and the other is a demon fox. They're not ordinary demon beasts, but demons. The scales on their bodies are too terrifying and abnormally hard. No wonder. No wonder the two of them can resist my azure dragon palm. The physique of a demon is much stronger than that of a human. What's going on? Why are the two demon powerhouses protecting Yen Ryu? He remembered that the dark red divine dragon said that Yen Ryu also had a demonic aura. Could it be that Yen Ryu is also a demon? But why does she look exactly the same as Zhao Shui? Could it be that the previous Zhao Shui was a demon? Lin Xian could not understand. He felt that there was a mystery about the other party that he could not see through at all. Therefore, he wanted to figure it out. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Countless sword qi formed a wave of sword qi in front of him and surged forward. You're courting death. The two demon powerhouses were furious. Their eyes were red, but they did not reveal their true forms. Obviously, they were afraid of something. However, although they did not reveal their true forms, the strength of these two people could not be underestimated. Their strength had reached the level of a top-notch human mighty figure. With a cold shout, the demon wolf youth waved his hand, and a green light flickered, forming a green mountain beside him. On the other side, the fox demon raised his hand and shot out a light screen. It seemed that the two of them did not dare to reveal too much of their abilities as demons. Instead, they imitated the abilities of humans. However, they could not block the sword qi at all. In an instant, the two of them were sent flying. There was no obstruction in front of him again. Lin Xian walked forward. However, at this moment, another four figures quickly rushed out. As soon as the four figures appeared, they instantly charged towards Lin Xian. This shocked everyone. God, this Yen Ryu's background is indeed terrifying. Just these guards are too terrifying. Each of them was a top-notch mighty figure. Who exactly is this person? How can he bring so many guards with him? One had to know that young Master Qianshan and the young master of the Tang family did not bring so many people. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing another four people charging over and blocking the path, Lin Xian frowned. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. The sea god's ice spread out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire space was frozen. Thick frost appeared on the bodies of the four top-notch mighty figures. They were frozen in midair and turned into four ice sculptures. What? They were frozen. Four top-notch mighty figures were frozen in an instant. These people were about to go crazy. They did not dare to imagine what kind of method this was. The four frozen mighty figures could not resist at all. Not only were their bodies frozen, but the qi, blood, and spiritual power in their bodies were also frozen. Chapter 23:15. Not only were their bodies frozen, but the qi, blood, and spirit power in their bodies were also instantly frozen. Only a pair of terrified eyes could still move. Don't let your subordinates attack anymore. I have no ill intentions. Lin Xian looked at Yen Ryu. However, I feel that you look very similar to an old friend of mine. Is that so? Yen Ryu spoke. Her voice was very pleasant, but there was no emotion in it. The world was so big, and there were as many people as the stars. It was not strange for two people to look similar. Young master, you've got the wrong person. I'm not an old friend. However, I feel that you are. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and a dark golden light appeared in his eyes again. He wanted to see if there was anything else hidden under this human skin. This time he heaved a sigh of relief, because he realized that the beauty in front of him was different from the previous guards. Those people were demons in human skin. However, there were scales inside. Yen Ryu was human from the inside out, but there was a demonic aura on her body. This made Lin Xian suspect that perhaps the other party had cultivated some kind of demonic technique to create this demonic aura. She was still human. Therefore, Lin Xian was even more certain that she was Zhao Shui. In front of him, Yan Ruyu waved her jade-like hand, and the ice and snow quickly melted. The 4 powerhouses who were frozen were also rescued. Whoosh! They quickly came to Yan Ruyu's side and looked forward with solemn expressions. What a terrifying method! The surrounding martial artists and mighty figures were shocked. Such terrifying ice could instantly freeze a top mighty figure. However, it was so easily resolved by Yan Ryu. It seemed that this Yan Ryu was not only beautiful, but her strength was definitely terrifying. It seemed that she had already surpassed the top mighty figures. Could it be that she had reached the realm of a peerless mighty figure? They gasped. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The other party was very strong, definitely not weaker than him. At this moment, Yan Ruyu said softly, "The banquet is almost over. Let's go." With that, she turned around and walked into the distance. Whoosh! The crowd automatically moved aside. Beside her, there were 4 powerful cultivators protecting her. The 2 injured demon clan cultivators in the distance also flew over to Yan Ryu's side. Lin Xian didn't make a move. His eyes flickered as he said in a clear voice, "Fairy Yan, I think we will meet again." Since the other party was unwilling to acknowledge him, there was no need for him to lay all his cards on the table. Anyway, he already knew Yan Ryu's name. Moreover, she was so famous. If he wanted to meet her, it would be very easy. Maybe. "Yan Ryu, you didn't turn back." She led the group of people and quickly left. After Yan Ryu and the others left, everyone sighed. After all, she was such a beautiful woman. It was good to be able to take another look at her. Lin Xian returned to Murong Qingqing and the others. Today's harvest was quite bountiful. He saw 2 old friends. One was Yan Ryu, the other was Luo Li. Among them, Luo Li also told him a lot of information about hell and the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was very important to Lin Xian. Since he had already received the news, there was no need to stay here. Therefore, he prepared to leave. Murong Qingqing didn't have any objections. However, Zhao Zhiro was a little worried. She said, "Junior brother Lin, are you sure you want to leave just like that?" Right now, the outside was probably already filled with experts from the city, Lord Mansion. If he went out now, he would probably be walking into a trap. Then what should he do? He couldn't stay here forever, right? Lin Xian smiled. "That's not my personality." As he spoke, he pulled Murong Qingqing and took the lead to leave. On the side, Xiao Kuang, Ling, and the others also left. Zhao sighed and shook her head, helplessly. At the critical moment, at most, he would take out Murong Qingqing's identity as the Saintess. He believed that these people from the city, Lord Mansion, wouldn't dare to mess around. Was this kid going to leave? When the surrounding tens of millions of cultivators saw Lin Xian and the others walking out, their hearts immediately rose. Going out at this time was really courting death. Sure enough, young Master Qianshan, Teng Kuin, and the other young geniuses all revealed sinister smiles when they saw the scene. They had finally waited for this moment. As long as they chased the other party out, they could guarantee that the other party would be chopped into meat paste in an instant. "Let's go too." Young Master Qianshan, Teng Kuin, and the others stood up. They quickly swallowed pills to suppress the injuries in their bodies. At the same time, they walked out, because they wanted to see the other party being killed with their own eyes. Only then could they resolve the hatred in their hearts. Seeing young Master Qianshan and the others walking out, the surrounding King Realm experts exclaimed. They also moved one after another, wanting to watch the battle. After all, such an exciting thing probably wouldn't happen even once in a few hundred years. And above the Moonflower Palace, a figure wearing a green veil walked out. She held onto the railing and looked down, her eyes flickering. "Master, don't we have to take action?" there were a few women in red clothes around her. They asked respectfully. Luo Li shook her head. No need, with Brother Xian's strength. There's definitely no problem. However, the rules of the Moonflower Palace are not allowed to be broken. This time, other than Brother Xian, kill all the people who made a move in the moon, concealing Flower Palace. Yes, cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of the surrounding women in red. Outside the Moonflower Palace, the atmosphere was incomparably solemn. The place was filled with people. Some of them were experts from the city Lord's mansion. But of course, there were also experts from other families. They had all come after receiving the message from inside, especially those from the city Lord's mansion. All of them had grave expressions, because someone actually dared to injure young Master Qianshan. This made them unable to believe it. In Qianshan City, there was still someone who dared to attack young Master Qianshan? Wasn't this courting death? If it weren't for the fact that fighting was not allowed in the Moonflower Palace, they would have already charged in. But at this moment, they had already sealed off all the exits. As long as the other party dared to come out, they would instantly capture him. Soon, the door of the Moonflower Palace opened, and a group of people walked out. Seeing this scene, the experts outside all held their breaths. Their gazes were like sharp swords as they looked over, but soon they frowned, because the person who came out wasn't the enemy they had imagined, but a woman, a beautiful woman. Beside her, there were a few figures with incomparably powerful auras. Feeling countless gazes looking over, the experts beside the woman all became nervous. Each of them emitted a terrifying pressure. They were ready to attack at any time. The beautiful woman waved her arm and stopped her subordinates. In the next moment, she took a step forward and walked forward. The experts behind her followed. Throughout the entire process, the experts from the city lord's mansion and the elders of the other families did not make a move. Whiz. Soon, Yenryu and her group left through the air. Chapter 23:16. Among them, young Master Qianshan, the eldest and second young masters of the Tung family, and the young prodigies of the other large families were the first to come out. As soon as they came out, they all rushed forward to meet up with the powerhouses and elders of their families. Then their gazes were cold as they gritted their teeth and stared at the exit. Finally, under their gazes, another group of people walked out. "They're here." "Young Master," Qianshan shouted coldly, and his handsome face became ferocious. The powerhouses of the governor's mansion behind him were filled with killing intent. Clang! In an instant, they pulled out their swords and sabers, ready to attack at any time. "Kill!" "Young Master," Qianshan waved his hand, and the powerhouses of the governor's mansion immediately charged forward. Whoosh! 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 8 figures moved together, like flickering shadows, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! A terrifying attack, the king's domain, blasted downwards without any regard for its own life. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon's sword domain on his body instantly surged out, turning into a true dragon that attacked in all directions. Bang! 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 8 figures flew backward. Each of them was pierced by countless sword qi and nailed to the void. "Those who block me will die." Lin Xian's voice was cold, and a murderous aura surrounded his body like a god of death. His terrifying voice instantly spread in all directions. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The powerhouses at the front had ugly expressions on their faces. The martial artists who were watching the battle behind felt their scalps go numb. He was too powerful, even more powerful than when he was in the Moonflower Palace. "Brat, so what if you're arrogant? This is not the Moonflower Palace, where there are no scruples. Do you think you can compete with the entire governor's mansion?" "Young Master," Qianshan shouted coldly. On the other side, the eldest young master of the Tung family, Tung Kuan, and the other young prodigies also sneered. There were countless people around them, and each of them was extremely powerful. The murderous aura on their bodies condensed into a cage that imprisoned the entire space. Is that so? You're very confident, but you can give it a try. Lin Xian looked around disdainfully, not caring at all. Beside him, Murong Qingchen also stopped smiling as a horrifying aura spread out from her body. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. Come, come, come. Line up and let this emperor roast you all. Xiao Kuang, Xiao Ling and Zhao Zhirua also secretly circulated their spirit energy, preparing to attack at any moment. Charge! Kill him! Young Master Qian Shan coldly snorted. This time, more than 10 experts rushed out. Not only that, the family elders around the city, Lord's mansion, also moved out. In an instant, 50 to 60 figures flickered in the air. Seeing the scene, the martial artists watching the battle in the Moonflower Illusion Palace were extremely shocked and did not dare to come out. They began to worry about Lin Xian. Such a powerful lineup. I'm afraid it's impossible to stop them, right? Lin Xian looked at this scene and snorted coldly. Then he said, "Do it." Tiger, Murong Qingchen, and the Crimson Divine Dragon stood out. Beside them, Xiao Kuang also said, "Miss Bois, help me look after Ling." As he spoke, Xiao Kuang took a step forward and pulled out the battle blade on his back. Zhao Zhirua sighed. She didn't attack. Instead, she came to Ling Er's side. At the same time, she released a screen of light that enveloped the two of them. You still want to resist? You're overestimating yourself. In front of them, young Master Qianshan, Tung Kuan, and the others sneered. With so many experts attacking together, no one could resist. Lin Xian also made his move. The Crimson Divine Dragon spat out balls of dragon flames in front of it. Murong Qingchen released a 5-colored lotus. The bright petals danced in the air. Lin Xian was even more powerful. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand continued to grow bigger and bigger. It was like a huge mountain that pressed down. In an instant, the 5 experts in front of him were killed by the terrifying sword light. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions sounded between heaven and earth. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Soon, young Master Qianshan and the others screamed. Damn it, this is impossible. They realized that the other party had actually blocked this terrifying attack. There were more than 50 experts. How could the other party block them? The other party only had 4 people. They had seen Lin Xian's strength. They had also heard of Xiao Kuang's reputation. He was an expert from the Hong sect. However, what was going on with that red snake and that beautiful woman? Their auras were incomparably powerful. The terrifying divine powers that they used could tear an area apart. These were 4 peerless experts. Their scalps tingled. Young Master Qianshan and Tung Kuan roared crazily. Kill them all. The 2 of them were about to go crazy. They didn't expect that the experts from their families couldn't do anything to the other party. Buzz! Dozens of figures quickly charged over. At the same time, the surrounding people joined forces to set up the array. Humph! The Crimson Divine Dragon snorted coldly. It waved its dragon claws and tail, and terrifying energy surged out. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body operated crazily. A terrifying energy burst out and directly tore the entire sky apart. Demon Seal, Brother Jean, Sky Shattering. The 3 killer moves were unleashed and killed in all directions. Kill! Lin Xian waved his ancient sword again. Chaotic Pattern. A terrifying sword mark instantly tore the void apart. The power of space engulfed many powerhouses. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying. Oh no! This kid is too strong. Hurry up and escape. Many elders of the families cried out in alarm. Originally, they thought that they could join forces to kill the other party. But now, it seemed that it was not the case at all. The other party's strength was completely beyond their imagination. That was definitely comparable to the attack of a peerless mighty figure. If they continued to fight, they would probably be killed. Therefore, for a moment, many families had the intention to retreat. Whoosh! 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 Many elders and young prodigies of the families left. The Crimson Divine Dragon looked at this scene and snorted coldly. You want to leave? Not so easy. He waved his dragon claws. Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain poured down. Rumble, thunder, and lightning fell, and it was a scene of destruction. The elders and powerhouses of the families were enveloped by the rain and thunder, and they screamed miserably. That was not ordinary rain. When the raindrops hit their bodies, they instantly pierced through their bodies, and those thunder and lightning were like heavenly tribulations, striking them until they screamed miserably. In an instant, 3 families were destroyed. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Clouds and rain. This is really the divine ability of the legendary dragons. It seems that this is definitely a flood dragon. The martial artists who were watching the battle also cried out in alarm. On the other side, Murong Chingching used the flying flower divine ability. Petals danced in the sky, and it was abnormally beautiful. But in an instant, it killed the powerhouses of 2 families. This scene was also shocking. Xiao Kuang used a terrifying saber technique and also killed many powerhouses. Chapter 23:17. Save me. Upon seeing this, young Master Qianshan's scalp went numb, and he did not dare to fight at all. He retreated backward. The powerhouses from the governor's residence rushed forward one after another. Clang! The 5 of them joined forces and blocked Lin Xian. However, the 5 of them were also pushed back. 3 of them were seriously injured, and 2 of them even vomited blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian's body swayed. Instead of continuing, he turned around and attacked Teng Kuan and the eldest young master of the Teng family. Damn it! Attack! Teng Kuan and the eldest young master of the Teng family roared furiously. At the same time, the 2 of them retreated frantically. Humph! The 3 elders of the Teng family walked out. They quickly used their king's domains and rushed out from their bodies. Roar! The silhouettes of 3 terrifying serpents appeared. This was their king domains, and they seemed to be real as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Roar! As soon as the 3-headed soaring serpents appeared, they instantly pounced on Lin Xian. The space in front of them was instantly shattered, and countless black holes appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian brandished his ancient sword and released 3 streaks of sword qi to fight against the serpents. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 streaks of sword qi collided with the soaring serpents, causing a shocking collision. Crack! The sword qi was destroyed by the soaring serpents, and the soaring serpents dimmed and were much weaker than before. Damn it! Upon seeing this, the 3 elders from the Teng family looked gloomy. Their opponent's sword qi is so powerful. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. It seems like the Teng family has some tricks up their sleeves. The silhouettes of the soaring serpents were very similar to some ancient demonic beasts. Is this family related to the demon clan? He did not know, but he had decided that he would not let these people leave alive. Buzz! Next, he stomped his foot, and the demon-slaying sword formation instantly covered the surroundings. Countless blood-red sword qi rushed up from the ground and attacked the eldest young master and Teng Kuan, who were in the crowd. You're courting death. Upon seeing this, the elders from the Teng family shouted angrily and wanted to stop them. However, the demon-slaying sword qi was too terrifying. It carried boundless killing intent and instantly shrouded Teng Kuan and the eldest young master. Get lost! The 2 young geniuses roared angrily. Armor appeared on their bodies, light screens, and other layers of defenses to resist. Whoosh whoosh. They dodged frantically, but the space they were in was completely enveloped by the sea of blood. They had nowhere to hide and could only take it head-on. Pung pung pung. In just a single clash, their armor, shields, and light barriers were shattered, leaving terrifying cracks on them. No, the two screamed crazily, but they couldn't dodge at all. At the moment of crisis, a ferocious look appeared in their eyes, and green scales appeared on their bodies. Those green scales were abnormally ferocious, covering their entire bodies as soon as they appeared. Boom! Clang, the sword chi slashed on their bodies, producing a loud sound, and the two of them were sent flying. Huh! Lin Xian furrowed his brows and said lightly, because the result was beyond his expectations. Originally, the frightening sword aura should have been able to directly split the two of them apart. However, it had only injured the two of them and not killed them. When he saw the green scales on his opponent's body, his pupils shrank. The demon clan, Lin Xian, was too shocked because the people who protected Yan Ruyu previously had such scales on their bodies. However, the other party was wearing human skin. However, why did the Tang family have such scales too? Could it be that the other party was also from the demon clan? He was too shocked. The King Almighties in the surroundings also exclaimed. It was rumored that the Tang family was a half-demon clan. It seemed like it was true. Yes, it was said that their ancestor was born from the union of a soaring serpent and a human powerhouse. They originally thought it was just a legend, but it seemed like it was true. Sounds of discussion could be heard. After Lin Xian heard it, he narrowed his eyes. A half-demon clan. He didn't expect the Tang family to have such a background. On the opposite side, the Tang family's eldest young master and Tang Kuan also spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the scales on their bodies flickered and quickly healed their wounds. There was a terrifying sword mark on their bodies that cut open their scales, revealing deep white bones. Fortunately, they had activated the demon clan's bloodline in an instant, causing their bodies to become abnormally strong. In addition to the scales on their bodies, they were not cut in half. However, their expressions were incomparably gloomy and cold. Brat, you're courting death. I'll definitely kill you today. Tang Kuan gritted his teeth, and the Tang family's eldest young master was surrounded by a murderous aura. When the elders saw this, they no longer hid their strength, and scales appeared on their bodies. Illusory figures of soaring serpents circled behind them. These figures of soaring serpents circled in the air and condensed into an even larger soaring serpent that was 30,000 meters long. What's this? Everyone was stunned, but someone also exclaimed, "This is their bloodline power." They were from the same clan, so their bloodline power could naturally fuse together. Heavens, this attack is too terrifying. It's definitely at the level of a peerless almighty. I wonder if this brat can resist it. Roar! The 30,000-meter tall soaring serpent danced in the air and covered the entire sky. As soon as it appeared, it kept roaring, and its voice shattered the 9 heavens. Then the gigantic body and head charged towards Lin Xian at high speed. The runes in the sky flickered, and the light pierced through the 9 heavens. This scene made everyone's heart beat wildly. The people behind quickly fled into the Moonflower Palace because there was a formation in the palace that could protect their safety. The experts outside also put up their armors or shields to defend themselves, because just the aftermath of this energy was enough to kill an ordinary almighty. If their son were to be hit head-on, he would definitely be killed instantly. Not good, retreat. When Xiao Kuang saw this, he quickly retreated, protecting Xiaoling and retreating into the Moonflower Palace with Zhao Zhuo. Only Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the Dark Red Dragon were left in front. The 3 of them were radiating light, resisting the terrifying energy impact. At this time, Lin Xian also moved. The ancient sword in his hand slashed forward, and a bright sword light slashed down, turning into a huge dragon that danced in the air. That huge dragon also seemed to be real, and it was extremely powerful. The moment it appeared, it roared in the void. Boom, boom, boom. The illusory figures of dragons and serpents fought in the sky. Everyone was shocked. This scene was too shocking. The battle between the 30,000-meter tall soaring serpent and the terrifying, huge dragon shook the 9 heavens. They had probably never seen such a scene in their lives. However, what shocked them even more was Lin Xian's strength. One had to know that the soaring serpent in front was formed by countless Tang family experts, and it was equivalent to a peerless almighty attacking. Even so, the other party was still able to block it. They were in disbelief. What level has this brat reached? Has he reached the level of a peerless almighty? Boom! Just as their thoughts were running wild, the scene in front of them changed again. Chapter 23:18. There was a huge explosion in the sky. The soaring serpent wailed as its head was crushed by the dragon's claw. Terrifying rune light scattered in all directions. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. Then it turned into a sword light and slashed down. Puff! The soaring serpent phantom was split into 2 halves. Light scattered down, and its huge body caused cracks to appear in the space. Puff! Puff! The Tang family's martial artists all vomited blood and flew backward with pale faces. They covered their hearts in shock. Damn it! Impossible! This is impossible! How can he be so powerful? I don't believe it. The Tang family's powerhouses went crazy, especially Tang Kuan and the eldest young master of the Tang family. They were terrified as if they had seen a ghost. That was a young man who was similar to them. How could he resist the attack of an unparalleled almighty? They didn't dare to imagine. Even though they were top-notch geniuses, they were still far from being able to match up to an almighty figure, because it was an insurmountable chasm. However, the other party did it. Their faces were filled with shock. Young Master Qiansan's pupils constricted. This scene shocked him. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. He had only seen the other party's aura on the Yin-Yang sect's Yin-Yang saint and saintess. In other words, the other party was a saint. Thinking of this, his heart beat wildly. The saint was the top existence among the young people. Generally, at this level, the saint and saintess basically had the combat power of an unparalleled almighty. Although they were also prodigies, they were not on the same level as the saint and saintess. Therefore, when he thought of this, his expression became extremely ugly. In the next moment, he roared and quickly retreated. This kid was a saint. Let the unparalleled almighty take action. Young Master Qiansan roared and retreated frantically. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all stunned. What a saint prodigy! Heavens, who the hell is this kid? Could it be that he was really a saint from a large sect? They didn't dare to imagine, but at this moment, everyone was terrified and unconsciously retreated. The tens of millions of martial artists in the Moon's Shameful Palace were even more shocked when they saw this scene. They originally thought that the city lord's mansion and the major families could easily kill the other party. But unexpectedly, the situation was far beyond their expectations. A young man with a long sword had actually intimidated hundreds of experts. This was simply too shocking. For a time, many people fled. After all, although they were powerful, they were still unable to fight against the battle strength of an almighty. Therefore, they decided to leave temporarily. He would wait for the true peerless experts of the clan to arrive before killing the other party. You want to leave? How could this be? Lin Xian sneered. He wouldn't let his enemy leave. Even if these people were from the city lord's mansion and the big families, it was the same. Wang. The dark red divine dragon raised its hand and formed a formation that suppressed the surroundings. Seeing that their way was blocked, these people's faces turned pale. They turned their heads and roared ferociously, "Damn brat! You dare to stop us? You're dead meat. My city lord manor is nearby, and very soon a peerless expert will be alerted." Young Master Qiansan roared. "Is that so? Then let's see if the peerless experts of your city lord's mansion are faster, or if I'm faster. I hope you can hold on for a while." As he spoke, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and a terrifying aura quickly surged from his body. Wang. In the next moment, a shocking change appeared on his body. Half of his majestic body turned pitch black and burned fiercely. The other half turned azure, like a divine crystal. Seeing this change, everyone was shocked. Meanwhile, young master Qianxin screamed, "Damn it, how could this be? The yin-yang superpower." He was stunned because he realized that this scene was very similar to the yin-yang superpower on his body. Right now, he was half black and half white. His opponent was not using the yin-yang superpower, but the ice and fire superpower. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to imitate the yin-yang sex cultivation method? What a joke! This kind of cultivation method had a mental cultivation method and an internal circulation route. It couldn't be wrong at all. Did the other party think that he could imitate the appearance of the yin-yang sex cultivation method? Was he out of his mind? However, in the next moment, his body trembled because two long swords appeared in front of him. One was a long sword of fire, and the other was a long sword of ice. The power of ice and fire was released, which was very similar to the scene of the yin-yang saber. "Come, have a taste of my ice and fire swords." The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He had used the great dragon sword soul to display this ability after observing the yin-yang blade. "Damn it, you're deliberately mystifying me. I don't believe that your power can surpass my yin-yang saber." "Young master," Qian Shan gritted his teeth. The black and white sabers appeared in front of him again and slashed out. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the ice and fire swords also flew out. Bang! The two superpowers collided in the air, tearing the void apart. The yin-yang qi filled the air, and the power of ice and fire rampaged. Boom! 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 Young Master Qian Shan kept retreating and vomited blood again. His face was full of shock. That was because his yin-yang saber was shattered again. His opponent's terrifying ice and fire swords were quickly approaching him. He had no choice but to ask the powerhouses next to him for help. Soon, 7 powerhouses joined forces to block the ice and fire swords. However, their arms were numb, and their faces were full of shock. 2 of the powerhouses even had their arms cut off. Damn it! How could the power be so strong? Why are you so surprised? Don't panic. The best part is yet to come. Lin Xian looked at his opponent and formed a seal with his palms again. Buzz! The ice and fire swords quickly transformed into a yin-yang saber, just like before. What? Yin-yang blade, how did you do it? That's impossible. How do you know the yin-yang sex superpowers? Young Master Qianshan was about to go crazy. The people around him also opened their mouths wide in shock. Heavens! How did this brat do it? If I'm not wrong, you haven't mastered the yin-yang saber yet, right? Look at the yin-yang sex superpowers. However, I don't think you can do it. Today, I'll show you what the yin-yang saber is. As Lin Xian said that, he waved his hand. The yin-yang saber in front of him flashed rapidly and formed a terrifying long saber. It was black and white and emitted a terrifying power. No. How did you do it? Young Master Qian Shan went crazy. Indeed, the yin-yang superpowers were the yin-yang saber. For example, the yin-yang saber could be merged into one. However, his current strength was not enough, so he could not merge them. However, his opponent did it so easily. He could not believe it. Among the younger generation of the yin-yang sect, there were no more than 4 people who could do that. Although he was considered a prodigy, he could not do it at all. Chapter 2319. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the terrifying yin-yang saber descended mercilessly, instantly enveloping young Master Qiansan. No. Young Master Qiansan screamed crazily and fled like a madman. The yin-yang energy in his body circulated rapidly. He wanted to escape. Beside him, the 13 mighty figures also roared angrily, and their king domains quickly surged out to resist. Boom! In the next moment, the yin-yang saber slashed down, and the 13 king domains were instantly shattered. The 13 mighty figures' bodies were split in half, and they fell to the ground. As for young Master Qianzhen, his body stiffened and he was stunned in midair. Puff! A bloodline appeared between his eyebrows, and blood instantly flowed out, dyeing his face red. His body split open from the middle with a crack. Plop! Young Master Qianzhen's body fell into a pool of blood. Although it was split open, his eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect that he would be killed by his own ultimate technique, the yin-yang saber. It was probably the greatest irony. What? Young Master Qianzhen is dead. The 13 mighty figures were all killed. Everyone went crazy. This saber was too terrifying. Nothing could stop it. When the other families saw this scene, they were even more frightened. This young man even dared to kill the people of the governor's mansion. They were afraid that this young man would not let them go. Especially Elder Zhang of the Tang family, his face was extremely ugly. The eldest young master of the Tang family and Teng Kuan were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, it was replaced with a hint of fear. They just wanted to escape from here. Let's go, let's go. Everyone fled crazily, bombarding the array formation in all directions. They wanted to escape. Whoosh! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the space domain instantly flew out, covering the entire space. The sword chi that filled the sky scattered mercilessly, like a divine sword descending from the sky. Ah! Screams sounded. The powerhouses of the families in the distance were all pierced by the divine sword and nailed to the ground. No one could resist it. This was because this was the strongest power. Clang! Clang! The other elders and young geniuses of the families screamed in pain as they were all killed. The Tang family could still resist. They relied on the power of their bloodline and merged with their bodies to form a terrifying, soaring serpent shadow that firmly protected them. However, in the face of the terrifying divine sword attack, they were still affected. Many of them coughed up blood, and some of them even had their energy sucked dry. They directly turned into human skins and fell to the ground. However, the core members, eldest young master and Teng Kuan, were not killed. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly and charged forward. The Azure Dragon's large hand reached out and grabbed forward. Teng Kuan and the Tang clan's eldest young master screamed crazily, their faces filled with despair. Those elders' faces were also pale. If they were caught, they would definitely die. However, at this moment, the void behind them suddenly split open, and a hand reached out. Pung, pung, pung. The pitch-black palm collided with the Azure Dragon palm in midair. After that, the two of them clashed 18 times in a row, and the void in the sky exploded. There was nothing that could withstand this terrifying energy. A peerless mighty figure had made his move. Fortunately, the Moonflower Palace had a super strong array that blocked all the attacks. Looking at this scene, they were extremely shocked. Lin Xian furrowed his brows even more. He could feel that this person was extremely terrifying. He was definitely a peerless almighty. Ka. His azure dragon palm shattered, turning into countless energy that scattered in all directions. The pitch-black palm enveloped Teng Kuan and the others, pulling them into the spatial crack and disappearing. In the Moonflower Palace, although there was a defensive array, those cultivators were still shaken to the ground by the terrifying force, and their faces were pale. They trembled. A peerless, almighty figure. A peerless, almighty figure had finally appeared. Needless to say, this should be the Tang family's peerless, almighty figure. However, what made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian was actually able to fight evenly with a peerless, almighty figure. It was really too shocking. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that the first peerless, almighty figure was not from the City Lord Mansion, but from the Tang family. This really surprised him. At the side, the dark red divine dragon flew over. "Kid, do you want to chase after it?" Behind it, Murong Qingqing, Xiao Kuang Ling, Zhao Zhuo, and the others also walked over. However, before they could speak, a black rune suddenly appeared under their feet. It spread in all directions and quickly formed a pattern of the 9 netherworld flower. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 9 netherworld flower bloomed and completely enveloped Lin Xian and the others. They disappeared on the spot. What happened? In the Moonflower Castle, when those people saw this scene, they were all stunned. They looked around and realized that Lin Xian and the others had actually disappeared. Did they leave? They did not know, but when they felt the surrounding energy disappear, they walked out in bewilderment. In the next moment, they trembled again because a few powerful figures descended like an ancient demon mountain. They were pressed to the ground again. These were 3 figures. Their bodies were shining with light, making them look like war gods. Their bodies were cold, and their gazes were like divine lamps, making people not dare to look at them directly. "Who made a move here?" one of them asked coldly. As for the other 2, their gazes scanned their surroundings. "Young master." Suddenly, they screamed and waved their hands, and the corpse on the ground floated up. When the 3 peerless almighties saw this scene, their faces instantly changed. They roared crazily, and their voices shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, millions of warriors fainted, and the remaining almighties vomited blood, their faces full of fear. Who dares to kill the young master of the city, Lord Mansion? The 3 peerless almighties roared at the sky and stared at the remaining warriors. Those warriors' scalps went numb, and their bodies trembled. Boom! A peerless almighty stretched out his hand like a demon king and instantly grabbed another almighty. "Speak, who is it? Who did it?" The almighty trembled, and his face was full of fear. He was about to speak, but in the next moment his body suddenly exploded. The peerless almighty grabbed with his hand and began to forcibly collect the other party's soul. Soon, with a wave of his sleeve, the blood mist in the sky disappeared completely. Everyone was shocked. A almighty was killed just like that? It was like cutting grass. Was this the power of a peerless almighty? Terrifying. It was this kid. A peerless almighty flicked his finger, and the image that he collected from the other party's memory condensed in the sky. It was a handsome young man in a red robe. It was Lin Xian's image. It was this kid. He was the one who killed young Master Qianshan. Everyone listen up. Find him at all costs. We must catch this kid. From now on, seal off Qianshan City. We must not let him escape. At the same time, contact all the forces in Qianshan City. Once they find him, kill him without mercy. A cold voice sounded, and the warriors of the city, Lord Mansion, moved quickly. The 3 peerless almighties quickly rose into the air. The 3 of them stood in 3 directions and quickly formed seals with their hands. Chapter 23:20. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had been teleported away from Qianshan City. Of course, Lin Xian and the others didn't leave on their own accord. They were teleported away. The 9 nether flower was very mysterious. It wrapped Lin Xian and the others and teleported them 100,000 miles away. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xian and the others appeared in a barren mountain. As soon as they appeared, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was instantly activated. The dragon sword realm enveloped the surroundings and protected the others. Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others instantly regained their consciousness. They looked around cautiously. There was a barren mountain around them. There was no one around except for a few crows cawing. However, when they arrived, the crows flapped their wings and quickly left. In front of them stood a group of people. They were Tung Kuan and the other cultivators of the Tung family. Boom! Boom! In the sky, a large black ship slowly descended. The ground trembled and countless cracks appeared. The ship was 100 meters long, and there were various palaces on it. The ship was pitch black as if it had rushed out of hell. It was covered with black flowers. The black flowers were exactly the same as the flowers that wrapped Lin Xian and the others. They were the 9 nether flowers. On the black ship, 4 figures appeared. Among them, 2 figures sat there like emperors, overlooking the common people. The other one held a black 9 nether flower in his mouth and looked at Lin Xian and the others with a sneer. The last one flashed and directly appeared in front of Tung Kuan and the others. His speed was so fast that many powerhouses couldn't see him clearly. How did he move? Oh no, it's them. When Xiao Kuang saw this scene, his pupils instantly shrank and his face became incomparably ugly. Brother Xiao, you know them? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Kuang's face turned pale. It was them, the 4 Jilly demons. He didn't expect them to come here. The 4 Jilly demons. Hearing this name, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the 4 of them had a strong background. These were 4 extremely terrifying devil kings. They killed people like scything flax and had no scruples. They were extremely terrifying. The 4 of them moved together. Among them, the great devil and the second devil were peerless almighties. Although the 3 devils and 4 devils were not peerless almighties, they were not far off. He had far surpassed ordinary pinnacle almighties. He was probably half a peerless almighty. What was even more terrifying was that the 4 of them were working together. Therefore, no one could stop them. He did not expect the Tung family to summon the 4 Jilly devils. Brother Lin, let's hurry up and escape. Xiao Kuang's complexion was incomparably pale. Although he was usually very arrogant, facing the 4 devils of Jilly, he was extremely shocked. This was because the 4 of them together were equivalent to 3 peerless almighties. However, just as Xiao Kuang finished speaking, the black figure in front of him turned around and sneered. Want to run? Do you think you can run in front of us? He was the 4th of the 4 devils. At this moment, the 4th devil's gaze locked onto Lin Xian and the others. He sneered. I didn't expect you kids to be so powerful. You're able to make us attack. However, your luck has come to an end. In front of us, you should obediently kneel and wait for your death. Of course, the 3 beauties can live. It's been a long time since I've seen such beauties. Coincidentally, we're lacking a few cultivation cauldrons. Come over and obediently become our cultivation cauldrons. The 4th devil spoke with a hint of malevolence in his voice. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. Zhao, Zhirua, and Ling, or his expressions changed. Humph! You dare to attack the Hong sect? Xiao Kuang gritted his teeth and said, So what if we attack you? At this moment, Tung Kuan also snorted coldly. You killed my 3rd brother and committed a heinous crime. Even if we kill you, what can you do? Moreover, we're in the wilderness. Even if we kill you, the Hong sect won't know that we did it. Humph! But don't worry, it won't be that easy for you to die. I'll capture all of you and let you know how it feels to live a life worse than death. The eldest son of the Tung family also snorted coldly. The death of their 3rd brother had infuriated them greatly. Moreover, in the previous process, their family had also lost many elite experts. They would definitely take revenge for this. Do you think that's possible? Do you think that you can save your lives just because you have for evil spirits? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Tung Kuan and the others were stunned. They could not believe their ears. In front of them, the 4th devil was stunned. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Not only that, but the faces of the other 3 devils on the black ship also turned gloomy. Their gazes were as sharp as knives that swept across the void. How dare someone look down on them? And the person was a young man? It seemed that he was ignorant. He had a death wish. The 4th devil sneered. Kid, it seems that you're still young and ignorant. I guess you haven't heard of us, the 4 devils of Julie. Well, I'll let you know today that there's always someone better than you. You're the one who killed third young master? Don't worry, I'll torture you to death, the fourth devil said coldly. He looked to be in his 30s, but no one knew his true age. He was definitely more than 1,000 years old. His face was pale, and his eyes were extremely ferocious. As he turned, there was terrifying energy. Buzz! He stretched out his palm, and it instantly turned into a black mountain that covered the sky in front of him. As soon as the black palm appeared, the expressions of Giroir and the others changed because the other party was too powerful. He had far surpassed the top mighty figures. Moreover, he was only the fourth devil. There were 3 more terrifying demon kings above him, especially the great demon. No one knew what realm he had reached. They only knew that he was extremely terrifying. Do you really think you can kill me? What a joke! Lin Xian looked at the black palm that was approaching him and snorted coldly. Buzz! Countless sword chi appeared behind him and turned into an azure dragon that floated in the air. The terrifying dragon shadow blotted out the sky. As soon as the dragon shadow appeared, the expressions of Tung Kuan and the others changed again. Even the fourth demon was frowning. That was because he felt an extremely terrifying aura. Brother Lin, let me deal with him. However, at this moment, Xiao Kuang spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Murong Qingqing and the others were also very confused. In front, the fourth devil sneered. Xiao Kuang, you dare to attack me? Did you forget what happened 300 years ago? 300 years ago. What happened? Lin Xian and the others were confused. It seemed that this wasn't the first time Xiao Kuang had dealt with the fourth devil. Hearing the fourth devil's words, Xiao Kuang's expression became extremely gloomy. His eyes emitted a piercing cold light. You went too far 300 years ago. Today I'll make you pay. Chapter 23-21. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned, but he did not stop him. There must be hatred between the two of them. All right, let them fight first. Xiao Kuang was a top-notch powerhouse. Although it would be difficult for him to deal with the fourth demon, he might still be able to fight. More importantly, Lin Xian was confident that he would be able to save her in the nick of time. Therefore, he did not make a move. The dragon's shadow also returned to his body. Fourth demon die. In front of him, Xiao Kuang roared crazily, and a terrifying saber light descended from the sky like lightning. The surrounding mountains exploded in an instant, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. This scene caused many people's expressions to change. The people from the Tung family were also shocked. This Xiao Kuang is so strong. Yes, he was seriously injured 300 years ago. Not only did his cultivation not regress, but it also improved by leaps and bounds, becoming a top-notch powerhouse. It's very heaven-defying. A few elders discussed in low voices. On the side, the eldest young master snorted after hearing this. So what? The fourth demon is an existence that surpasses top-notch powerhouses. No matter how powerful Xiao Kuang is, he's not a match for him. Humph, you're courting death. As expected, the fourth demon sneered. 300 years ago, I could seriously injure you with a palm, and I can do the same now. In the next moment, he slapped out with his palm. A terrifying palm wind surged crazily, and the black palm shadow was like the Styx River, surging in the sky and enveloping the entire sky. The entire world began to tremble under the might of the palm. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the two attacks collided, and a dazzling light burst out. Shocking sounds like thunder resounded in all directions. The surrounding cultivators of the Tung family sealed their hearing and put up a defense to resist. On Lin Xian's side, Murong Qingqing also raised her hand, and a 5-colored lotus flower enveloped everyone. Bang! In the next moment, Xiao Kuang was sent flying, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. His face turned pale. It couldn't be helped. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Although Xiao Kuang was considered a terrifying powerhouse and a top-notch powerhouse, he was still lacking in front of the fourth demon. After all, the fourth demon was an existence that surpassed top-notch powerhouses. As expected, I'm not a match. When Tun Kuan and the others saw this scene, they sneered in disdain. Ling, on the other hand, cried out in shock. She was so scared that her face lost all color. Murong Qingqing, Zhao Zhirua, and Lin Xian also frowned. However, when they sensed that Xiao Kuang wasn't heavily injured, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Humph! I've said it before, you're not my opponent at all. Up ahead, the fourth devil sneered, just as he had expected. Although 300 years had passed, the other party was still unable to withstand his palm strike. Although the other party was also a pinnacle almighty, there was no way he could fight against Lin Fan. This palm strike was enough to severely injure the other party. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that even though he was coughing up blood, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. The other party stopped steadily on the ground, and his aura didn't weaken by much. What's going on? Why is it like this? This brat can actually block my attack? The fourth demon's expression sank. The people from the Tung family frowned too, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. Humph! The fourth demon lord must not have used his full strength. Otherwise, Xiao Kuang would be dead for sure. That was for sure. How could Xiao Kuang be a match for the fourth demon lord? Just wait and see, he'll be killed in the next palm strike. Many people discussed among themselves. The fourth demon snorted coldly. Indeed, although the previous palm strike was terrifying, it wasn't his full strength. Against a pinnacle almighty, he didn't need to use his full strength. In the next moment, his frown deepened. This was because he discovered that the other party was smiling. This smile was very strange, and it made the fourth demon frown. He snorted coldly. Damn it, what are you smiling about? Do you believe that I'll twist your head off for you? However, Xiao Kuang sneered. I'm laughing at how pitiful you are. It seems that your strength hasn't changed much compared to 300 years ago. However, I've become a pinnacle almighty from an elite almighty. Fourth demon, you've regressed. It won't be long before I surpass you completely. Presumptuous. Nonsense. The fourth demon sneered. I haven't improved? Do you think that it's easy to improve at my level? He snorted coldly. How many people haven't improved in 1,000 years? Kid, you're too weak. You haven't reached my level, so you don't know how difficult it is to improve. You want to catch up with me? Stop dreaming. Today is the day you die. You won't have the chance. Is that so? That's not necessarily true. I'll show you how much I've improved in the past 300 years. Xiao Kuang looked up to the sky and laughed. His body shone brightly. Demon Slayer's saber. With a roar, he held the saber with both hands and slashed forward. Upon seeing this sight, everyone immediately turned their gazes toward Zhang Xian. The fourth demon frowned. However, after waiting for a long time, no saber light flashed. This caused everyone to be extremely puzzled. Even Lin Xian and the rest narrowed their eyes. What's going on? Zhao Zhirao was puzzled. On the opposite side, Gong and the others laughed disdainfully. Ha 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 ha. They thought that it was some kind of ultimate move, but it didn't have any power at all. Is this the strength of the Hong sect? They snorted disdainfully. The fourth demon sneered coldly. You don't know what's good for you. What do you think your fancy moves can do to me? Kid, if you don't have any other ultimate moves, don't blame me for killing you. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a black saber light appeared in the sky and slashed downward. The attack was too fast, and more importantly, it was too sudden. No one had noticed it before. Even Lin Xian was surprised. The fourth demon didn't expect it either. Therefore, he was hit by the saber and was sent flying for 3,000 meters. Boom! 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 The fourth demon flew backward, knocking over countless mountains. Terrifying cracks appeared in the void. The fourth demon's black robe was torn, and his hair was disheveled. His armor didn't break, but blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. This was because the saber attack had caused his body to churn. This was because he was strong. If it had been an ordinary top-notch almighty, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this saber strike. "How dare you hurt me?" The fourth demon reached out and tore his black robe, revealing his black armor. His eyes were cold as killing intent erupted from his body. He was furious. He didn't expect his opponent to hurt him with a single move. Although the attack didn't cause any fatal damage, it was no different from a slap to his face. The other cultivators of the tongue family were also stunned. They were afraid because they realized that they wouldn't have been able to dodge such an attack. They might even have been killed in one move. Damn it! How did this guy have such a terrifying saber technique? Chapter 23-22. Damn it! How could this guy have such a terrifying saber technique? What kind of divine ability was that? Their faces were gloomy. On the other side, Morong Qingqing, Lin Xian, and the others also exclaimed. Ling clapped and cheered. "Great, kill them. Brother Xiao, you can do it. Go and die." In front, the fourth demon roared crazily and pounced over like a demon king. Terrifying black ghost claws surged in the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xiao Kuang did not take it head-on. He quickly used his movement technique and dodged. This was because he knew that there was a gap between them. Taking it head-on would not end well. He quickly pulled away and dodged the terrifying claws. At the same time, the demon-slaying saber attacked again. Buzz! The terrifying black saber light appeared and disappeared mysteriously as if it had come from another world. It appeared behind the fourth demon in an instant. Then it slashed the fourth demon's body. Bang! The fourth demon was sent flying again and landed on the ground. Boom! A deep pit appeared on the ground, and dense cracks spread in all directions. Ah! The fourth demon roared at the sky, extremely furious. He did not expect that he would be hit again. This was intolerable. However, before he could stand up, the terrifying saber light in the sky slammed him down again. Boom! A total of 3 black saber lights slammed the fourth demon into the ground. There was no trace of him at all. There was only a pitch-black hole. Huff! In the sky, Xiao Kuang was panting and his face was pale. It was obvious that using this move consecutively consumed a lot of his energy. However, his eyes were abnormally bright, like starlight as he stared at the ground. Damn it! How could this be? When the cultivators of the tongue family saw this scene, their expressions changed again. Especially the eldest young master, Tung Kuan, and the elders, their faces were filled with fear. They knew how powerful the fourth demon was. He could even kill a top almighty as easily as blowing off dust. But now he was actually slammed into the ground. It was unknown if he was even dead or alive. Xiao Kuang in front of them was already so powerful. On the black ship, the other 3 figures also looked in their direction. Among them, the great demon and second demon were expressionless. The third demon played with the 9 netherworld flower in his hand and sneered. Interesting. However, it was still not enough. It seemed that they were very confident in the fourth devil. Sure enough, in the next moment, the ground split open, and a figure rushed up like lightning. Demonic chi revolved around his body, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His entire being was filled with killing intent. It really was the fourth demon. The murderous aura on his body was monstrous. He was covered in blood, and his face was abnormally ferocious. Although the previous slashes did not take his life, he was still injured. More importantly, he couldn't stand this kind of thing. The fourth devil was so angry that his lungs felt like they were about to explode. Not too long ago, he had been able to send an ant flying with a single slap. But now he was injured? This huge contrast made him unable to accept it. Damn brat! I'm going to kill you. The fourth devil was enraged. The demonic chi on his body pierced through the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding clouds to churn and cover the entire sky. Boom! Boom! In the sky, dark clouds covered the city. Dozens of demonic claws appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth as they clawed downward. Demonic shadows appeared in the surroundings. They held black sickles in their hands and were abnormally terrifying. Boom! Boom! As soon as these demonic shadows appeared, they pounced forward without any regard for their lives. Soon, it was enveloped by demonic chi, and earth-shattering sounds of fighting could be heard. Xiao Kuang and the fourth devil were fighting together. Although Xiao Kuang's demon-slaying saber was incomparably terrifying and unpredictable, it still could not threaten the fourth devil's life. On the contrary, the fourth devil used several terrifying divine abilities to injure Xiao Kuang. In fact, one of the moves almost took his life. At this moment, Xiao Kuang's body was broken and blood flowed, but he still refused to stop. He roared towards the sky and used all his strength to strike out with the demon-slaying saber again. Whoosh! This saber appeared behind the fourth devil and instantly cut open his armor and smashed into his body. Blood spurted out in an instant, dyeing the armor red and even the sky red. This was the blood of the Demon King. It was extremely terrifying and instantly pierced through the void. The ground was also dyed red, turning into countless drops of blood and sweat. He was injured. Seeing this scene, Teng Kuan and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Even the third devil, who was on the black ship, let out a soft exclamation. Clearly, he was also taken aback by what was happening. The fourth devil's expression was even more distorted. The other party had actually injured him and even destroyed his armor. Unforgivable. He struck out with both palms, and a huge black hand covered the sky and earth, instantly enveloping Xiao Kuang. Crack! 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 Countless bones in Xiao Kuang's body were broken as he flew backwards. However, the fourth devil obviously did not let him go. In the sky, 300 demonic claws appeared and tore through the void, wanting to crush Xiao Kuang. Brother Xiao! Seeing this scene, Ling exclaimed in shock, her face pale. Zhao Zhiruo's heart was also in her mouth. She was extremely nervous. However, at this moment, a sharp sword light suddenly appeared in the sky and poured down like the Milky Way. In an instant, the 300 demonic claws were cut apart. Bang! Bang! Countless black gas rolled, and the 300 demonic claws disappeared in the sky. At the same time, a 5-colored lotus caught Xiao Kuang and gently placed him on the ground. What? He was blocked. On the opposite side, the fourth devil was stunned. The people from the Tang family exclaimed. On the other side, Zhao Zhiruo, Ling and the others all surrounded him. Zhao Zhiruo even took out countless spiritual herbs and fed them to Xiao Kuang. Xiao Kuang coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and ate the pills. Then he smiled. Don't worry, I won't die. However, it was enough to injure the fourth devil. Indeed, although this palm had injured Xiao Kuang, he was very happy. This was because 300 years ago he was seriously injured by a single move from the fourth devil. However, 300 years later, he could successfully injure the fourth devil. This change made Xiao Kuang very satisfied with himself. However, on the opposite side, the fourth devil's face was extremely gloomy. The murderous aura on his body turned into demonic claws that pierced through the sky. Damn it! Who was it? Who dared to stop him from killing? Did they not want to live anymore? He swore that no matter who it was, he would kill them. In the next moment, he saw it. A red-robed young man walked out again. Brat, it's you. He saw clearly that it was this brat who had slashed his 300 demonic claws. How dare you interfere with my business? Die! The fourth devil was furious. The demonic claws on his body stretched out again, turning into a black, demonic mountain that pressed down on Lin Xian. It covered the sky and the earth, instantly shattering the void. When this palm came out, the cultivators from the Tang family cheered. This was because they could feel that the fourth devil was really angry. This attack was much more powerful than the previous one. Chapter 23:23. The fourth demon was really angry. This attack was much more powerful than the previous ones. It seemed that the other party would not be able to block it. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly as he looked at the other party's monstrous claws. In the next moment, countless sword lights gathered on his body and formed a giant sword that slashed forward. Boom! As the sword slashed down, the void split open. Monstrous waves of air slapped in all directions like seawater. Soon, the black claws were cut apart. Crack! 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 The terrifying claws were instantly split into pieces and turned into demonic chi that dissipated in all directions. Bang! Ah! The fourth demon also screamed and kept retreating. Damn it, what happened? Hearing the scream, the Tongue family members hurriedly looked over. Then they gasped in disbelief. They saw the fourth demon holding his arm with a ferocious expression. Blood flowed down his arm and dyed the ground red. A sword mark almost severed his opponent's arm. How could it be? The fourth demon was injured again. At this moment, even the three demons on the black ship could not remain calm. He stopped smiling and his eyes shone with a cold light. This was because he did not expect the other party to be able to injure the fourth demon so severely. He had to admit that the other party's strength was definitely beyond his imagination. Ah, damn brat, how dare you hurt me? I will definitely tear you into pieces. The fourth demon roared at the sky. His black hair danced wildly and turned into a river that danced in the air. The terrifying sound waves shattered the 9 heavens. Boom! Endless demonic chi flowed through his body and turned into a demon king. He was 10,000 meters tall and stood tall. Its body was pitch black as if a demon god had descended to the human world. Kill! With a roar, monstrous killing intent rolled out like a huge wave. This caused everyone's bodies to tremble. The martial artists and elders of the Tongue family frantically retreated tens of thousands of miles away to watch the battle. This was because they did not dare to get too close. The aura in front was too terrifying. Humph! A mere fourth demon dares to fight against me? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. He snorted coldly and countless sword lights surrounded his back. The dragon, sword territory, instantly surged out. Then it turned into a giant dragon and roared as it flew forward. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out as the huge Devil King was directly pierced through, its body splitting into 2 halves. Ah! The fourth devil let out a miserable shriek and was sent flying backward. His body was a bloody mess, and more than half of his armor had been shattered. Countless bones in his body were broken. What? Defeated? Upon seeing this, the people from the Tongue family in the distance widened their eyes. They could not believe that the terrifying fourth demon had been defeated by a single sword strike. Wasn't this method a little too terrifying? You're just a piece of trash. How dare you attack me? Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, he stared at the black ship in the distance. He pointed his sword at them. The 3 of you can come at me together. The eyelids of Teng Kuan and the others twitched fiercely when they heard this. Not to mention him. Even Zhao Zhirua, Xiaolinger, and the others were completely stupefied. For a moment, the entire scene was incomparably silent. Damn it! Damn it! Off in the distance, the fourth devil flew back. That sword strike just now had sent him flying for 10,000 miles. His body was severely injured, and he was currently taking pills to recover. His body swayed, and he arrived nearby with a cold gaze. He glared at Lin Xian as if he were a demon, roaring incessantly. However, he did not make a move, because he did not dare to. That strike just now was too shocking, and it made him fearful. Humph! I'll kill you. On the black ship, the third demon snorted coldly. His body swayed, and he instantly disappeared. Then he appeared in front of Lin Xian. Buzz! When the third demon appeared, the surrounding space quickly trembled and countless cracks appeared. It could not withstand this terrifying power at all. Is the third demon going to make a move? Behind him, Tung Kuan and the others cried out in surprise. They regained their hope. This was because the third demon was even more powerful than the fourth demon. With the third demon making a move, they would definitely be able to kill him. The people from the Tung family secretly watched from afar. In front of them, the third demon snorted coldly. His eyes were unusually cold, and they were like two divine spears that pierced through the void. As the third of the 4 demons of Jili, he was very powerful. Although he had not become a peerless almighty, his strength was not inferior to a peerless almighty. In fact, he could even contend against them. It could be said that he was very terrifying. Third brother. Seeing the third demon make a move, the fourth demon also shouted in a low voice, "Fourth brother, go to the side and recover first. I'll kill him," the third demon said coldly. Then, countless rays of light surged from his body. The purple light that filled the sky revolved and turned into a purple raccoon. It was very huge, like a purple mountain that covered the sky. Buzz! He carried countless purple lights and charged forward. This was the other party's king's domain. It was very terrifying. The third demon seemed to be really angry. He immediately displayed his powerful strength. Boom! The terrifying purple raccoon came over. Lin Xian also waved the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed out. The terrifying ancient sword continued to grow in the air, forming a huge dragon that danced in the sky and crushed the purple raccoon in front of it. This was the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. Lin Xian was becoming more and more familiar with it. The power of a heaven-level sword technique coupled with a heaven-level ancient sword could be said to be very terrifying. Even a peerless almighty would have a headache if they saw it, not to mention the third demon in front of him. Boom! Bang! The ancient dragon source sword was incomparably sharp. It descended from the sky and was very terrifying. It directly slashed at the purple raccoon. Boom! Boom! The two collided and burst out with dazzling light. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the purple light that filled the sky broke apart. The purple raccoon screamed and was sent flying. The third demon also kept retreating and broke through the void. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was filled with shock. He was injured. He was actually injured. A young man in his 20s injured him with a single sword strike? He couldn't believe it at all. One had to know that he was the third demon. He was very terrifying, and his strength was comparable to a peerless almighty. Moreover, he was not careless when he attacked earlier. He used the king's domain as soon as he attacked. It could be said that he was very powerful. Even so, he was still injured by a single sword strike. Damn it! How is this possible? The fourth demon's eyelids twitched. He couldn't believe it at all. His third brother was also injured. On the black ship, the great demon and the second demon also frowned. In the distance, the people of the Tung family were scared out of their wits. Is this kid still human? How can he be so powerful? Ah, damn kid, I'm going to kill you. In front of him, the third demon roared crazily. His eyes were cold, and the killing intent on his body soared into the sky. Buzz! In the next moment, he waved his arm, and 9 purple gourds appeared in the sky. Each of them shone like stars and revolved around his head. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 23-24. Roar! Those black shadows were all very powerful yikshaws. They were huge like giants and wore black battle armor. They held black, triangular halberds in their hands. Demonic chi surged from their bodies. Kill! With a furious roar, 9 terrifying yikshaws charged forward together. Seeing the scene, Lin Xian also frowned because he could feel how terrifying those yikshaws were, so he was not careless. The dragon's sword realm surrounded him, and countless sword chi interweaved. Behind it, terrifying phantoms appeared one after another. True Dragon, Fire Phoenix, Qilin, black tortoise, white tiger, 9 powerful demonic beasts charged into the sky. They were completely condensed from sword chi, but they possessed the power of the great dragon sword soul, so they were lifelike as if they were real divine beasts that had revived. 9 huge divine beast phantoms appeared in the sky together, forming countless projections that roared in all directions. Damn it! What kind of divine ability is this? The 4th demon saw this. His pupils contracted. The Tang family's martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Even the great demon and the 2nd demon frowned, and their eyes emitted a cold light. Damn it! Destroy! The 3rd demon was also extremely shocked, but now he could not stop. He could only kill the other party with all his might. With a furious roar, endless power poured into the 9 Yakshas, and the 9 Yakshas burst out with a black light. Like 9 black suns, they charged forward. Boom! A shocking battle broke out in the sky. The 9 Yakshas went straight for the 9 divine beasts. It was very tragic. However, not long after, the 9 Yakshas wailed and were directly killed by the powerful divine beasts. Then Lin Xian, Tang Kuan, and the 9 powerful divine beasts charged forward together. The 3rd demon's expression changed instantly, and his eyes were filled with deep shock. This was because the pressure from the 9 divine beasts was too terrifying. The pressure caused his muscles to hurt, and even his bones to creak. He wanted to escape, but in the next moment he found that countless blue ice had appeared in the surrounding space, and it instantly turned into a world of frost. It completely enveloped him. Not only that, but countless frost also appeared on his body, and in an instant, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Great! He's frozen! Ling, Zhirua, and the others exclaimed. On the other side, the people from the Tang family had ghastly looks on their faces. However, in the next moment, they also cried out in surprise. That was because the ice statue in front of them had suddenly exploded. The 3rd demon coldly shouted, and countless rays of light shined from its body, breaking apart the terrifying ice. At the same time, beneath his feet, the terrifying purple civet cat appeared once again. The purple raccoon's body blossomed with flames. It held a purple shield in its hand and a purple spear in its right hand. His aura seemed to be able to pierce through the 9 heavens. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the 3rd devil was able to resist the ice that filled the sky. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The shadows of 9 divine beasts circled around him, and the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand continuously slashed down. The 9 divine beast phantoms roared towards the sky, shattering the void. Lin Xian also used his ultimate move, Reverse Chaos. A terrifying sword light flashed and exploded with a powerful force, causing the entire void to tremble. A pitch-black crack instantly flew out from the long sword and extended forward. Not only that, the 9 divine beast phantoms beside him were also attacking frantically. Boom! The 3rd demon controlled his civet cat territory and quickly counterattacked. The purple shield continued to enlarge, like a heavenly gate, blocking in front of them. Whoosh! The purple civet cat waved the spear in its hand, and it pierced through the void like purple lightning. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy exploded, and the void cracked like a piece of cloth. Light shone in all directions. The purple spear pierced through the 9 divine beast phantoms, causing 3 of them to be directly penetrated. The other few were also affected and their light dimmed. However, the 9 divine beast phantoms and reverse chaos attacks were mixed in with the civet cat's body. Boom! Boom! The purple civet cat kept retreating, and countless cracks appeared on the purple shield in its hand. Boom! The purple shield shattered into countless pieces. The civet cat's body was also severely injured, and a crack instantly appeared on its body. Sky shattering, demon sealing. Another 2 ultimate moves were used. The purple civet cat kept retreating, and terrifying cracks appeared on its body again. In the end, it dissipated and merged into the 3rd demon's body. Ah! Puff! The third demon also screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. A few sword marks appeared on his body as if he was struck by lightning, and he was sent flying. Third brother. Seeing this, the fourth demon screamed crazily. The members of the tongue family were completely stunned. They were like puppets and their minds were blank. What happened? Even the third demon was defeated? How was that possible? Was this brat already this strong? Could it be that his strength was truly that of a peerless Almighty? When they thought of that, they gasped and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The fourth demon's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and his body flashed. He quickly caught the third demon and fed him a pill. The third demon stopped bleeding, but his face was abnormally pale. His handsome face was also extremely distorted. Third brother, let's attack together and kill him, the fourth demon said. The third demon nodded after hearing that. He stood up, and his body was wrapped in purple flames, forming a purple armor. A purple spear appeared in his hand, and a purple shield with a civet cat pattern appeared in his left hand. Humph! The fourth demon snorted coldly, and a black sword appeared in his hand. Countless vengeful spirits surrounded him. Kill! Kill! Two angry roars were heard as the two demons attacked again. Their attacks were like heavenly thunder, tearing the void apart. Boom! Boom! They tore apart the divine beasts in front of them and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Even if the two of you attack together, it won't be enough. Lin Xian roared, and his voice was like thunder. Sword Qi burst out from his body, and the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed out quickly. He slashed out dozens of times in a row, and the terrifying sword Qi emitted a dazzling light. It was like a shocking rainbow that cut through the void. The sword Qi that filled the sky completely enveloped the third and fourth demons. Boom! Boom! The light dissipated, and the third and fourth demons vomited blood and were sent flying again. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from their bodies. They flew for thousands of miles before they stopped. This shocking scene made everyone from the Tongue family open their mouths in shock. Their faces were filled with horror. What kind of combat strength could send the third and fourth demons flying at the same time? This kid was too terrifying. Zhao Zhihua also exclaimed, and Ling Er's beautiful eyes were wide open. Xiao Kuang was also shocked. Could it be that Brother Lin was already a peerless Almighty? Boom! While they were shocked, the first and second demons on the black ship were even more shocked. Among them, the first demon's eyes emitted a terrifying light. It was like two black death rays that pierced through the void. Chapter 23-25. Second demon stood up immediately. He was about 4 to 5 meters tall, and when he stood up, his murderous aura was overflowing, giving off a strong sense of oppression. They had no choice, as the two of them were too shocked. Although third demon and fourth demon were not supreme mighty figures, they could definitely contend against supreme mighty figures when they joined forces. However, they were still sent flying by the other party. One could imagine that the other party had the combat power of a supreme mighty figure. They could not help but be shocked that a prodigy in his 20s had such combat power. It was no wonder that Tung Kuin had summoned them. Kid, I'm here to take your life. Second demon's voice was loud and clear. However, Lin Xian shook his head. You can't do it. Let your boss do it. He shifted his gaze away from second demon and looked at the great demon next to him. Hearing that, the great demon frowned while second demon roared angrily. Kid, you're courting death. He could not tolerate the fact that Lin Xian dared to look down on him. Ka. Black armor quickly appeared on his body with flames burning on it, making him look like a demon from hell. His bell-like eyes carried an indescribable majesty. Whoosh! A giant axe appeared in his hand. As he swung it, it easily shattered the void. I told you, you're no match for me. Get lost. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that second demon was about to attack. He snorted coldly, and his voice was filled with boundless killing intent. go to hell. Second demon was really angry. He took large strides in the air, and with each step he traversed 1,000 miles. Boom! In an instant he arrived above Lin Xian. Whoosh! He swung the axe in his hand as if he was cutting vegetables, trying to split Lin Xian apart. This was a kind of arrogance. Previously, Lin Xian had already shown that he had the strength of a supreme, mighty figure. But second demon still dared to descend from the sky. One could only imagine how much the two demons valued their own strength. Kid, go to hell. Second demon's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The axe in his hand let out a rumbling sound as it came crashing down like a mountain. Boom! Lin Xian brandished the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and clashed with the heaven-splitting axe. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing erupted. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that spread out in all directions. Raging waves appeared in the sky, and hundreds of thousands of cracks spread in all directions. At this moment, Murong Qingcheng, the third demon, the fourth demon, and the martial artists of the Tung family in the distance all held their breaths and carefully watched the battle. This was because this was a battle that belonged to the true Almighties. Sounds of collisions rang out in the sky. Lin Xian took a few steps back, and the huge sky-splitting axe was also sent flying. With the two of them at the center, all kinds of light rushed into the sky, and terrifying symbols flickered in all directions. The two of them were evenly matched in this exchange. The third and fourth devils were completely shocked. The second devil's face sank. He had cultivated for thousands of years, but he couldn't beat a young man in his 20s. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, in the next moment, he let out a furious roar and swung the heaven-splitting axe in his hand. 9 axes and 18 strikes. The second demon displayed a terrifying attack, and a shocking power fiercely blasted over. Lin Xian didn't resist at all. He stepped on the demigods and semi-devils and rapidly dodged. Countless afterimages appeared in the sky, and he instantly dodged the 18 terrifying attacks. Zhangge, the ancient sword swept out like a dragon swinging its tail, and fiercely collided with the heaven-splitting axe. Clang! The second demon was repelled. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly attacked the black ship. His real target was the great demon sitting there. What? He actually wanted to attack the great demon. Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Xiao Kuang and the others were extremely shocked, and the third and fourth demon's pupils shrank. The second demon roared angrily, "Kid, you've gone too far!" He was really too angry. He didn't expect that he would be ignored by the other party after displaying such a powerful strength. This was unbearable. Therefore, in the next moment, he let out a furious roar, and his eyes turned red. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "No one has ever dared to ignore me. Kid, you've committed a heinous crime. I'm going to let you taste the taste of regret." At this point, the tall figure swayed again. This time, he didn't chase after Lin Xian. Instead, he stared at Xiao Ling, and the others. "I'll let you watch your companions die one by one. I'll enjoy these beauties for you first." The second demon laughed out loud. He stretched out a huge palm and grabbed forward. That palm was like the palm of an ancient god. It instantly covered a part of the sky and covered Murong Qingcheng and Zhao Zhuo. Humph! Seeing this, the third and fourth demons sneered, and Tung Kuan and the others laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, that kid is an idiot. Let's see how his companions die." They were too happy. They didn't expect that the other party would make such a stupid mistake. Not good. Zhao, Zhiruo, Ling Xiao Kuang, and the others' pupils shrank, and their faces became incomparably ugly. Although they were also geniuses, they were nothing compared to a peerless Almighty. Even if the three of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to block an attack from a peerless Almighty. The only thing they could do now was to dodge. However, the other party's palm was like a heaven and earth cage, directly imprisoning the space they were in. It was very difficult to break it. "Damn it! How dare you attack Linger?" The Hong sect will definitely not let you off. Xiao Kuang roared crazily. Indeed, Ling Er's identity was very special. If anything happened to her, the Hong sect would definitely go crazy. However, the second demon had already gone crazy. He didn't care about the Hong sect's revenge. What he wanted to do now was to kill the people in front of him to vent the hatred in his heart. Damn it! Seeing that the two demons were unmoved, Xiao Kuang roared angrily and Zhao Zhuo exclaimed. However, at this moment, Morong Qing Qing snorted coldly, and a bright light burst out from her body. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon screamed. Big guy, you dare to have designs on me? You're courting death. I'll definitely cut you into 18 pieces and cook you later. The dark red divine dragon was indeed angry. What did he mean? Did he think that they were ants? What a joke! Since when did he, the dark red divine dragon, become an ant? Therefore, at the next moment he snorted coldly, and his body swayed, suddenly leaping up. Boom! He swung his dragon tail and directly hit the sky-splitting axe. A thunderous sound rang out, and a huge ball of energy shot up into the sky. At this moment, the wind and clouds in a radius of 10,000 miles changed, completely enveloped by a terrifying energy, and it was impossible to see clearly. What happened? Someone actually blocked Second Brother's attack?